Are you excited, ladies, gentlemen, and other fine people of the world? This is finally the first match of MWC Osu Mania World Cup of 2021. I will be casting myself, Pâturage, with Potassium. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. This is really hyped, actually, because as we've all seen a little bit of a glimpse of some of these teams last week from the qualifiers, and I think the qualifier results have been pretty shocking, like some parts of it. Not just in how good some teams are, but how close they are together. So I reckon this week we're actually going to see a lot of spicy matches, and I think this is a pretty good one to start it off. Philippines versus Taiwan coming out here. I think this is seed 8 versus what is it? Seed 8 versus again? 20 something. 25?
I completely forgot. I don't have my notes open.
Yep, no, I'm good. It's 25. I was right the entire time. So Philippines being the seed 8, just making it into that top seed kind of category. But at the same time, as I said before, a lot of these scores were quite close between teams. So even though there is a decent seed advantage for Philippines, like theoretically, there are a lot of scores that I think Taiwan could definitely take.
Yeah, like keep in mind that in the qualifiers, I think 38 players played, 38 teams, played the qualifiers, and only the top 32 made it out of the qualifiers. To give you a representation, the 32nd team is Belgium, and Belgium has some really good players in it. So
Belgium was one of the, you would think of as one of the scary unseed teams in the previous World Cups, but now being essentially dead last in the qualified teams is a pretty scary thought in general.
Yeah, so this gives you an idea of how stacked the top 32 of this year is going to be. And there are a couple of changes compared to last year as well, especially in terms of map pool difficulty, especially towards the beginning. The round of 32 is so much harder than last year.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a massive one actually. Even from the qualifiers we saw, compared to even last year, all the years before, this map pool for round of 32 is way harder. Like, not even comparable to like any of the previous years for group stage or round of 16. This is like somewhere like round of 16 to quarterfinals-ish level of like previous years. So we are kind of skipping a lot of that ACK battle, and it'll be exciting because a lot of teams we'll see have some hidden talent with the higher end of difficulty that they've never kind of been able to show off before in previous World Cups.
Yeah, absolutely. Like qualifiers is a net benefit to this tournament. And speaking of skipping, there's a huge change also. Another huge change to the World Cup that we do not have warm-ups anymore, which means we can go right into the action.
Yeah, I was waiting for the first warm-up actually. I should switch that mindset around. But we're going straight into the roles. There are no more warm-ups, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on who you are. But for now, it is going to be straight up into the roles. And it looks like Taiwan has rolled a 55, first of all. Pretty solid first roll of the tournament.
Yeah, just slightly above average, yeah.
Yeah, you'd take it. It's not terrible. We'll see what Philippines manages to roll.
Yeah, meanwhile, you can see the current map pool for the round of 32. It's looking pretty snazzy.
Yeah, there's some pretty challenging maps, especially I would say a lot of the hybrid maps are quite difficult physically, right? The only thing I think from previous years that is probably toned down a little bit is the SV. But I think that kind of makes the pick and ban a little bit more interesting because we're going to see a lot less SV bans than we normally would.
Yeah, some teams might consider the SV picks as kind of accuracy testers because some of the accuracy-minded players might switch to an SV mindset compared to last year.
Oh, it looks like Philippines has rolled their chances of winning to be 27%. Taiwan is now favored in this match, but it looks like Taiwan will at least win the roll first of all. So the first ban going over to Philippines. We'll see what they want to ban. Looking at their qualifiers, I was actually pretty interested in that the worst worst in quotation marks, but the worst performance for Philippines would have been in the LN. But at the same time, having a player like Siluesca Els on your team kind of makes you hesitant to ban the LN. But it looks like they're going to go for it anyway. They're going to ban the more release-heavy LN map in Harajuku Iyohoi.
Yeah, absolutely. It does not matter how good Els is at LNs. We all know, well, Mania players, seasoned Mania players know how good Els is at LNs, but it does not matter because this is a team tournament.
Yeah, it's crazy. Els from the Philippines actually on Harajuku Iyohoi getting on stage 4. Stage 4 and 5 getting the, I think, third and second highest individual scores on those maps. So it's pretty crazy to see them banning LN. It just goes to show that Taiwan is scary enough in their own right at LN. But hang on a second. This is unexpected. It looks like neither team is interested whatsoever in playing LN.
Well, I guess the LNs are the new SV.
Yeah, I guess maybe this is the new thing. The SVs have been toned down a little bit. Everyone is now good at SVs, so LN are just going to be banned out, I guess.
Shoutouts to SVSC.
That was an interesting one, but I guess Taiwan just feel comfortable with some of the other ones. I would have thought maybe destroy, destroy, destroy. Like some of the more physically intensive maps were what Taiwan would want to ban. But it looks like they're going straight for the SB, and I think this is a pretty good idea. Taiwan's best qualifier score was definitely their stage 1.
Yeah, I think that definitely Runes would be one of their best chances of getting a point. Runes is very accuracy based, and the edit of this one raises DoD from 7 to 8. And given all the SV shenanigans that there is in this map, well, yeah, I believe that Taiwan is going to go for hard accuracy mode here.
Yeah, SV is always kind of a little bit unpredictable in a way. This year, obviously, people have been saying Ruins in particular has been quite easy, but I find that it still does require a lot of focus. Like, if you slip up even a tiny bit, you can drop the 200 really easily in some of the sections.
Yeah, in my experience, well, at least from the experiences I've seen around, especially on SVSE, Runes is very easy to get like the 980k in like 5 minutes or side tree, but getting that 995k, for example, is going to require some huge work and training.
Yeah, it's crazy that we're saying, like, expecting 995ks to come out, but like everyone, the stage 1 scores were kind of ridiculous for all teams.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
I would say that like every single team in this tournament, there's like almost no teams in this tournament that can't play SV anymore.
Yeah, as someone who helped on SV pooling, I was very attentive to the average SV score on Radiant. Radiant is not an easy SV map at all. Like, the memo at the beginning always gets you, but there are so many 990k scores. I did not expect that many.
They're a huge amount. I was like shocked. The amount of 990 from like teams that you wouldn't expect either, like Spain in particular, you see up there getting ridiculously high scores.
Well, I mean, Spain has always been an SV team, but right now they have a triple SV bonanza, which netted them the second SV seed, which was really exciting to see.
Yeah, well, for now it looks like all the players have shifted around in the lobby. We have Kura, Els, and the Mystery L for Philippines, with Folard, Chang Panda, and Sign Up Radia for Taiwan. I know Fola in particular on the Taiwanese side had a pretty exceptional stage 1 score. So I'll definitely look for some of those players on Taiwan to pull up the team score, potentially get a point off of Philippines in this first point.
Yeah, the few players that are the few people who might be playing Fantasy World Cup organized by Lave right here in the chat might be interested in Kura's performance, because Kura is one of the cheaper ones in the fantasy game.
Yeah, Kura is a name we've seen a few times as well in the Philippines. I believe in previous World Cups, as well as Els. Obviously, Els has been in the Philippines team for a while. I don't think the Mystery L has played before in the Philippines team, though. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't remember them from previous World Cups.
So this could potentially be a bit of a debut for the Mystery L, and of course, the Taiwanese team in the bracket stage. So the start of this map is starting pretty straightforward. Doesn't look like there's many accuracy drops yet. So it's basically tied still at the start.
You're gonna see similar scroll speeds from everyone involved, except for the Mystery L.
Yeah, Mystery L has a quite low scroll speed, which can be a little bit risky because it does get quite slow in the midsection. Oh, Chang Panda dropping a couple 200s there. It's actually going to swing the lead a little bit over to Philippines.
But keeping on Mystery L is the one the only one who is above 99.9% accuracy right now.
This is an incredible ratio. 99.92%. We'll see now. We're getting into this this middle section.
Yeah, right now we kind of. Oh my god, Els! What happened, Els?
A massive miss from it. Hang on. Keyboard issues potentially. It looks like. Or.
Oh my god.
But this is a complete swing over to Taiwan, unless it's a client bug. At this point, though, I don't think it is a client bug.
Yeah, if it's a keyboard issue, it is absolutely devastating because within the rules, we are in the middle of the song right now, and the Philippines will have to yield the point to Taiwan, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is way too late in the map to call a restart, so it does look like, unfortunately, it will go to Taiwan. Mystery L, though, still holding this incredible ratio, this accuracy.
Oh my god, this is absolutely devastating to see from Els right now.
I'm not sure what's happening. I don't know what this could be.
Okay, it might be an FPS issue from information that we are receiving from the backstage. But we can still welcome Mystery L's absolutely astounding score. 51 regulars with the 997k. That's a score that would rival some of the top scores from SVSC.
That is an absolutely incredible score. 997k for the very first map of the tournament here. Fola as well, also getting the Score V1 SS with a pretty solid ratio as well, 993k.
And Taiwan overall with the very cohesive performance, actually.
Yeah, 5 FCs on the board here. Just unfortunate that the map was decided in the way it was. But otherwise, very solid performance from Taiwan in their first map. And you really do hate to see it, but Philippines really do need to pick their next pick wisely now. Because after that, you really want to score one back immediately, to not let it slip, let it get in your head.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I would really hate it to see it happen again on the Nara picks, because Els is definitely the one carry for the Philippines alongside Swansea and.
Yeah, Els is definitely up there as one of the best players in my mind from the Philippines that I am aware of. Swansea, of course, being just in general amazing at the game. But it looks like they're going to go with iterated, so they're going straight for the rice picks. Gonna see more of a stream map coming in now. So we'll get to see some of the more physical abilities of these players from both teams.
Yeah, Iterated is one of the harder maps in my opinion from the Rice Pool. Iterated is like 212 BPM jump streams, and those are not so friendly patterns.
Yeah, a few tricky bursts in between the jump streams as well, and of course at 212 BPM, much faster than you would expect in a first pool of a tournament. I think Taiwan did very slightly struggle with Mariochi Survivor, and Stage 8. So perhaps Philippines trying to attack a small window of opportunity that they see from Taiwan's qualifier performance here. And
it might actually be also a moment for Els to figure out her issues, actually, because we are not seeing her in the roster for the Philippines. Instead, we're seeing Swansea J1002 and Mysterio.
Yeah, so we're seeing Swansea coming in. Obviously, Swansea I expect to be in for pretty much all Rice maps. And J102 is a name I'm not too familiar with, but they were in for the Rice maps for stages 7 and 8 for Philippines. It did perform quite well. So we'll have to see how they perform as a team now. And it looks like Taiwan is just going to be switching out Fola with Murarachi.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that we see quite a crossover between SV and Rise, which does not happen that often.
Yeah, usually it's quite common for teams to have like somewhat of a dedicated SV player that they would substitute in. For the Philippines, it seems like Kura was that player for the first map. Taiwan do seem to have a fairly consistent roster for now, at least. At the start here, actually, we're seeing some really high accuracies. A bit of a drop from Murarachi, but a lot of scores above 99.9 here. Mystery L, Swarmsea, Chang Panda.
Oh my god. Philippines Rise is just something else to see.
It looks like Murarachi and Sign Up. Ooh, Sign Up with a drop there.
Oh,
that's going to be a massive swing. Philippines already had started to gain a bit of an advantage from the accuracy, but now it's just going to be even worse. Swarmsy's accuracy is still at 99.96.
Oh my god, looking at the hit error bar from Swarmsy is just magnificent.
It is so scented.
It's a work of art.
It's just dense.
It's just a work of art.
Mystery L as well, 99.93. And there's still some pretty good scores on Taiwan. Chang Panda 99.88 is really good, but Swarmsea is just counteracting that and more on top of it. So unless there is a miss to come through, maybe a couple misses from Philippines required for Taiwan to be able to close the score gap.
Yeah, looking at Taiwan's performance, it looks like they can actually sustain this type of speed, but might not actually have the accuracy needed to catch up to the Philippines. But seeing as this is one of the fastest sticks in terms of jump streams, maybe they might have a chance to upset the Philippines on some other Rise sticks. Maybe pray for a show.
Yeah, you can definitely see that possibility there. We have 2 FCs from Taiwan and just 1 miss. And the 200 counts are quite low from Taiwan as well, but as you can see there, Swarmsea with 57.
Oh my
57
god,
300s with 998k.
What is this ratio
is...
average? I'm not talking about Swarmsea's ratio, which is absolutely astounding, like 57 regulars.
Philippines' entire team.
But yeah, Philippines' average ratio is up the roof.
998, 997, 994. There's not really much you can do against that as Taiwan there.
Like, if it's the same on other Rise sticks, then Taiwan is basically in the pickle here.
And they're going to need to go for their next pick now. I mean, Disconnected Hyper is the obvious one to go for if they are going to keep going for that SV angle. And I think after seeing that iterated score from Philippines, you really can't go for Rise just yet.
Yeah, I believe their only considerable options would be, Disconnected or one of the hybrids.
Yeah, potentially. The LNs being banned kind of could be a backfiring on them a little bit. Because after this last SV is picked out, there's mostly Rice maps left in the pool. Just a couple of hybrids there for Taiwan to go for if they want. For now, we have the second SV map coming in here. And we're going to see Joylin TP for Taiwan join, it looks like.
Yeah, we might be expecting Fola again for the last
Fola. So this one being, if Ruins was the more reading focused reading and accuracy focused SV. This is definitely more of the memorization. So I would say probably easier to get higher accuracy, but definitely harder to sight read and remember.
Yeah, comparing the two SVs together, Runes is kind of the SV where you kind of want to optimize your accuracy, and Disconnected is the one where you just have to practice to actually learn the map.
Yeah. The first step for Disconnected is to learn how to not miss. Then the rest of the time you're basically trying to not get 200s on the LNs.
Yeah, afterwards it's basically a work of micro-optimization on the rest of the map.
Yeah, and we'll see ratio probably coming into play a lot as well if everyone manages to get relatively low 200 counts. So we're going to see who the third player for the Philippines is. I suspect it would have been Els.
Yeah, it would have been Els, but seeing the problems that she might be encountering, maybe an emergency plan is in order here.
Yeah, it seems like we're just waiting now, which is fine. Bit of internet issues. Can't really do much about that. But hopefully it just doesn't happen again. Yeah, interesting to see Joylin being in for Taiwan instead of Chang Panda. So they had separate players practicing different SV maps for this match.
Yeah, I think this is a fair strategy, especially for a country like Taiwan. Taiwan has many SV players, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual actually to see something like that, because normally with teams, especially some of the lower seeded teams, you would expect only a few of them to be really comfortable with SVs. But it is a very good strength to have 4 SV players potentially. Now it looks like we've got all the players in. We should be starting now, going for the third map. See if Taiwan can win their second point, or if Philippines will manage to win the break.
Yes, it is a matter of seeing who is going to be disconnected.
Oh no, don't.
Okay, let's start.
Don't say that. Don't make a disconnection joke. It looks like there is still a little bit of internet issues. Mostly client-sided for now, though.
Yeah, I might have cursed it. I'm sorry.
We're gonna be the ones who disconnect from the map, not the players.
Yeah, we basically cursed ourselves here.
Well, all we can do is wait.
All we can do is wait.
Got a
and
couple.
also advertise the banners. You can buy your banner for your profile to support your favorite country.
Yes, definitely go do that. It should be in the Osu store. Buying a banner will keep it on your profile for the rest of the tournament, and if you buy one for the eventual winner, then it will stay for a bit longer. But for now, it looks like we are into the map, and oh no, I don't like what I'm seeing here.
Oh no, if that's not Lion, that's just...
It is really early in the map though, so if yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
this was the very start of the map. I think there was the potential for it to be replayed, but if Els is still playing, then maybe.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I think it would be in Philippines' best interest to abort and restart the pick here.
I think by now it might be a bit too late though. Like, it's already halfway into the map now. I think now it's too late. I think at the start it was definitely not too late. But either way, we can see Folar and Mystery L are holding some incredible accuracies right now.
Yeah,
and even through those LNs.
Yeah, Folar and Mystery L are definitely the sharpshooters as far as SV goes.
Yeah, Kura not far behind either. But again, we see 5 really, really solid scores, but L's some unknown issues. Most likely some technical issues going on there. So, very unfortunate way to lose a map.
Well, at least what we can grasp from this performance is that the Philippines definitely has an SV lineup.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be a 3-way FC from Philippines here. None of these last notes are very difficult. So 3-way FC 2 times in a row from Thailand Taiwan, sorry, on the SV maps, and 71 ratio from Fola and 34 from Mystery L. They're really going for the extremely high ratios on the SV maps.
Yeah, a 998 from Mystery L is so good on Disconnected. Fola's scores is also good though. Like, there's the difference between good and very good here.
Yeah. Good and, like, ridiculous. Just like how? But those are some scarily high scores from a few players, definitely. Looks like we are going to be resetting it just a little bit to fix up some of these issues. Hopefully, Elza is able to play in some future maps, but it's not looking too great from Elza's side.
At least from what we've seen from Iterated, the Philippines is perfectly capable of keeping up the Rice picks. And now that we are out of SVs, I think the hybrids should not be too much trouble for them either.
Yeah, well, definitely. Especially a couple of those hybrid picks have quite difficult Rice components to them. Just 7 being the one that is more LN focused, I would say.
Yeah, and seeing that Taiwan actually banned LNs, Taiwan might not be that confident on LNs, so they might not even voluntarily go for it.
Perhaps it was just Totostribe in particular being a little bit less comfortable for the Taiwan players, because it did look like, at least from the qualifiers' point of view, that Taiwan was pretty well-rounded overall, not having any particular weaknesses. But it looks like we are going to get the words I never said. So Philippines going back to those Rice, another pretty heavy Rice map, the speed one of the pool, you would say.
Yeah, so far the Philippines have gone for the more conventional Rice. We have not touched the tech yet. So
yeah, I think that's fairly common.
Yeah, it is fairly common, and Iterated being the jump stream, this is the stream.
Yeah, so Philippines being pretty confident with their ratio, picking the ones that they are probably less likely to choke on, which makes a lot of sense. So Philippines really want to turn it into more of an accuracy battle where they think they can win with the advantage there, especially with Swansea and Mystery L's accuracy so far.
Wait, is Els playing this one?
Looks like Els is staying in for this one. And we're going to have Murarachi again subbing in for Fola. I believe this is going to be the first time we're seeing Joylin on Rice Map as well.
Oh, that's
so we'll see how they perform.
I believe that if the Philippines had been made aware of the possibility to abort, maybe they want to try something with those, and then if it doesn't work out, then sub in someone else. It's always worth trying though, because Els is definitely someone who deserves to play.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, if it isn't working out, then maybe Philippines have to get a substitute. Unfortunately, they might be trying one more time here. I guess we're just waiting for all the players to be ready. Oh, Taiwan making a substitution.
It looks like Joylin might not be playing the Rise after all.
Looks like Joylin was straight up kicked.
Oh no!
Nice. Always hard to see exactly what's going on in the lobbies from this point of view.
Well, it wouldn't be a World Cup without technical issues.
Of course, of course.
Especially on the first match.
Well, it's good to get all these technical issues out of the way early, hopefully, because we do have a pretty long block, actually. I believe there's 6 matches in a row, just this one block. So hopefully all these things are sorted out pretty soon. Actually, it looks like we're seeing Sirelia in for Taiwan, and well, I do believe Sirelia played quite a few of the qualifier maps for Taiwan as well. And we're seeing J1118152624 again in for the Philippines, so the same team that we saw for Iterated.
Alright, this makes more sense now.
Unless Sirelia joins Philippines.
Alright, we're seeing some player trades between countries already. Maybe they're
oh wait, Sirelia is PH. Okay, Sirelia is Philippines.
Yeah, maybe they were just playing
fantasy work. That is my bad. That is my bad. So we're going to see Swarmsea, Sirelia, and J102 with Murarachi, Chang Panda, and sign up for Taiwan. So the same Taiwanese team that we saw for Iterated, and just Mystery L swapping out for Sirelia for the Philippines in terms of rice maps. Now it should all be sorted.
Yeah, I
Looks
think
like we're ready to go.
Yeah, we are pretty much ready to start anytime now. I think it's interesting to notice that Murarachi almost has the same name as the Stage 7 song name, which kind of got me.
Mariochi.
Mariochi versus Murarachi.
It was pretty close.
Yeah, it is.
Mariochi survivor.
Yeah, I can imagine that some of the MWC memes on Taiwan's side must have happened there. Hypothetically.
I wonder if Murarachi played Mariochi.
Yeah, that would have been funny.
I'm struggling to say both names now. This is you shouldn't have brought this up. It was a bad idea. Anyway, I think we're waiting for all players to ready up still. It looks like sign up for Taiwan is not quite ready right now, so still got a bit of a break.
Are we getting a sub for Taiwan again?
Looks like they're going to be re-invited for the time being. A little bit more technical issues now. This time coming from inside Osu.
Yeah, we are making several planets align to bring you this Mania World Cup.
We have to have exactly one issue just in a row. They can never be at the same time. They have to be one after the other to really stall things out as much as possible.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing whack-a-mole with software bugs. Like when you fix a bug, another bug appears, and you kind of just have to follow the bug until everything is kind of stable.
So it looks like we are going to have to wait again for the last player of Taiwan sign up to re-log in and see if he can join. Plenty of time for the players to cool down in the meantime.
Yeah, arguably, it might not be a good thing either because some of the players rely on being warmed up.
Yeah, definitely. Especially before a more physically intensive map. Not the most, but definitely more than the SB maps we've seen.
Absolutely. I think this is probably the most physically demanding map as well.
Okay, so hopefully we get the last player finally in. We'll be able to start. Obviously this being Philippines' pick and the chance to tie it back up again. What I am kind of interested, I'm really interested in seeing what Taiwan will pick next actually. Because two of the more straightforward maps from the Rice Pool have already been picked by Philippines.
Like beyond the SV maps, I think the strategy like on Taiwan's side would be interesting to consider. They could go either way. Like I think they're pretty sure to lose the Rice picks, seeing the ratios from the Philippines team. So they're definitely considering the hybrids, but which hybrid to pick?
If it was before the match started, I would have said 7. But after seeing them ban Todestribe, I'm not sure if they're confident on LNs at this current moment. So it will really have to depend on what they feel they have the most comfort on, I guess. And for now, it looks like we're finally into the map here after a bit of a wait. And it looks like Taiwan actually being the one with a little bit of an advantage with 3 really high accuracies. J1002 a little bit behind the other 5 players, but not too far behind. It's just the start of the map. Yeah, and now we're into the first streams.
Yeah, I think the accuracy advantage was exclusively on the quote-unquote 2-star accuracy.
Yeah, and now Murarachi finding quite a few 200s in these speed streams. Sign Up also dropping a little bit, and Chang Panda as well now. All 3 players from Taiwan dropping in accuracy, and it looks like Swansea and J1002 have almost the exact same accuracy as they did before. Sorelia just dropping a tiny bit, but still accuracy well in the lead, and Murarachi and Sign Up also finding misses.
Wait, no. Some of those are client misses, actually. I was waiting a little before calling them.
Sign Up looks like it was a legitimate miss, though. At this point, 300 combo ago. Murarachi is still holding on to that full combo, but really is struggling with that accuracy, getting a lot of 200s. So now with 1 miss on Taiwan's side and the accuracy well in favor of Philippines, it's looking like it will be very hard for Taiwan to come back. It's going to need immediate misses, and a lot of them, and not from Taiwan's side. Sign Up unfortunately missing again.
Oh my god. The Philippines' rise is so cohesive. Everyone is above 99.8.
J1002 had the exact same accuracy by the end that they had at the very start with the 2-star accuracy section. But look, 998, 993, 993, 51 from Swansea, and not a single 200 on the entire Philippines team. Ridiculously consistent performance.
I kind of want to hide Swansea's score with a post-it or something, because it is absolutely disgusting to see.
51. Stream speed that those kind of stream speed patterns I feel like are quite difficult to get that low 300s as well. So 51 is just incredible. But they've managed to tie it up now, Philippines, so Taiwan now have the big question, where are they going to go with their pick?
Yeah, it might be the end of the back and forth here as the picks get harder and harder to win.
There's no more SV, so I can only imagine that LN would have to be the target for Taiwan. But unfortunately, they're both gone. 7 is probably the most likely pick, I would say. Probably the best pick as well.
Yeah, at this point it's about picking the least worst, which happens to a lot of teams.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to pick 7. Yeah, I think the Rice picks, Axel Grinder and Ondine, probably a little bit too accuracy focused against the Philippines, or what the Philippines have shown so far. But 7 here, Taiwan are going to hope for a little bit of accuracy drop from the Philippines to try and take advantage of maybe a bit of LN weakness. Especially now, since Els, it looks like, is not able to play, Philippines might have to substitute in a 4th player for their LN picks.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because 7 doesn't kid around in terms of releases. So any accuracy boost is valuable in this pick.
Yeah, and what even harder than just trying to release LNs is trying to release LNs while there is Jacks and other Rice patterns going on at the same time.
Yeah, from feedback I've gotten from other players, like the hardest parts of 7 is notably switching from 2-hand trills to inverses patterns.
It looks like we are going to get the Mystery L coming in for Philippines, taking the place of Swarmsea. And Folar is going to come back in for Taiwan as well for this pick. And Joylin. So back to the SV team for Taiwan, it looks like.
Yeah, because LNs is basically SV now.
Yeah, basically the same thing.
So you know what they call long nodes, they call them sliders as well, and SV can mean slider velocity, I guess.
Yes. It's slider velocity. How fast the LNs are is the definition of SV, of course.
Yes, as we all know it.
So it looks like the teams have gotten sorted out much quicker this time, which is fortunate. So we'll be able to see. I'm interested in seeing how the Philippines in particular fare on this.
Wait, what am I seeing in the game chat right now? People didn't know that they could switch teams?
Interesting. What a useful feature.
What a feature. I cannot believe that we've got so many features.
Didn't expect people to be able to switch teams. That's crazy.
Yeah, especially Sorelia going for Taiwan.
Yeah. The switching team feature really did come in handy at that particular point in time. But right now it looks like we're ready to get into the 5th map. Still tied 2-2, so this is where the match is really going to start picking up who is going to take the advantage. So this map is really important for both teams now.
Yeah, honestly, if Taiwan can actually get a point for this, it's going to be major.
Actually, Weiru managing to slip in there while I wasn't looking, so we're going to see a new player that we haven't seen so far in the match from Taiwan. And so far, they're doing pretty fantastic with 99.96%.
Wow, Taiwan getting the biggest, the huge mileage from the entire roster, actually.
Yeah, actually, Taiwan's accuracy right now is really strong. Philippines is looking like they're also just as good right now. It's hard to tell who really has the advantage.
Oh my god, this pick is so close, actually.
Reiwu is basically tying out Mystery L's accuracy, and everyone else is holding a pretty solid 99.8, but Fola looks like he drops accuracy just a slight amount, maybe a 200 there. It still looks like it's just about tied.
Oh, this is so nerve-wracking. Reiwu just holding Taiwan's advantage just barely.
Yeah.
And it's
Reiwu is the only reason that Taiwan is keeping up right now. It looks like Sign Up and Fola are slightly behind most of the other players, but J1002 and Sorelia have dropped a little bit of accuracy down to 99.7 now as well.
It's so easy to drop some 200s in this map in particular.
And we're at the very end of the map. It looks like Taiwan finally, just now at the very end, of starting to come away with a little bit of an accuracy advantage, but no 200s can be afforded. Getting to the last few seconds of the map, any 200s could decide it. And it looks like Taiwan is going to come across with their first non-SV point, which is huge. V1SS from Weiru for their first MWC map of this year.
Oh my god.
994.8k. Actually, pretty much tied with Mystery L's score. Almost exactly the same score from both of them.
Yeah, Mystery L's ratio is actually really good, and Reiu's SS, V1SS, is actually like pretty astounding. The fact that they can have 994 on this map, which is very tricky, probably one of the trickiest hybrids of this pool, is a testament to how good they are.
Yeah, and that was some really good LN consistency overall from Taiwan. Philippines keeping up as well, obviously. But now, with that point, surely Taiwan are kicking themselves a little bit for banning Toto Stride.
Yeah. Like, when you see a team banning the same category as the ban that you actually meant, it is worth taking some time to think about it.
Yeah, there's something up. If both teams banning the same category, you know something's gone wrong with there's some differences of opinions for both teams about where their strengths are actually at, you could say. But either way now, Taiwan finding themselves in a really nice position with this match, being 3-2 up over Philippines, which is a pretty incredible performance. The Philippines do have more picks left that they should be comfortable with than Taiwan do. So we'll see how Philippines decide to respond. There is still Axel Grinder left up, there's still Ondine, and Diamante as well, being the more technical option.
Yeah, I believe for Taiwan, it is where things are going to be getting a little bit harder, because all of the remaining picks are actually quite tricky. Like, Pandora Paradox is almost Rice. It's the Rice hybrid, but it's kind of dangerous to go for that. Destroy is really hard.
Yeah, it's hard to really it'll be really hard for Taiwan to pick, right? You don't really know where they're going to go for next. But for now, Philippines are going to go with Axel Grinder, something that they should be very comfortable with. It's one of the long maps in the pool, actually, or longer than some of the other Rice. But more of a stamina. Lower BPM than Iterated was, but lasting a little bit longer, probably a bit harder on the stamina.
Yeah, so far the Philippines have only picked conventional Rice picks. They've picked Jump Stream, they've picked single stream, and now they're picking stamina. And this also features some gem stream to a good extent. And
We have seen some pretty ridiculous consistency from the Philippines as a whole on Rice maps, so stamina is definitely in their comfort zone for this stage.
Absolutely. But I believe that Taiwan might be able to gamble on the tech. Like, for example, Ondine might be a pick for Taiwan if they're going for accuracy.
It could. Ondine definitely could come up a little bit of a difficult one to try and hack as well. But no matter what they pick next, it will be somewhat of a risk.
Yeah,
Looks like now we're actually going to see we're in for another map now. So staying on for the Rice maps as well now, it looks like. We're going to see Swampsea, of course, coming back in for the Philippines.
I believe that on both teams, I think all the players have played at least once.
Yeah, we've got the classic Rice team for the Philippines that they've had for all the maps, and Taiwan now with the same team but with Weru coming in. So we'll see how they manage with this stamina heavy pick. Actually, a bit of a rough start from Jay. Nope, that's just Climb. So far, everyone off to a pretty decent start. Everyone around 99.9. Swampsea a little bit better at 99.95 right now.
It looks like Taiwan can actually hold their ground pretty well. I think if a choke happens on the Philippines side, then it definitely would go to Taiwan.
Okay, big question. Were any of those misses real misses? Mystery L's was not, but J1002 and Weiru... No, J1002 was not a real miss. Weiru's might have been, though. That may have been one miss for Taiwan early on in the map, whereas Philippines holding on to all three of their full combos, all with really good accuracy as well, so Taiwan are going to be put a little bit behind now, and Philippines overall with the accuracy lead as well. So definitely an unfortunate miss. Now, with these kind of accuracies, Taiwan really have to bank on Philippines missing at some point. The sooner, of course, the better for them. But there's not really any way to come back from a miss against these kind of accuracies, unless the opponent messes up.
Yeah, Swampsea and the Mysterial are making a great job of being bastions of their country.
Yeah, those two players, Swampsea and Mystriel, have just had absolutely incredible ratios this entire match. And it looks like we're actually missing again now that we're getting into the last quarter of the map. So,
yeah.
Unless the Philippines miss several times, maybe all three of their players missing, it's not looking too good for Taiwan in this map.
It looks like Ryu can actually act this map really well, so it might be either chokes or mechanical issues.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end of the map. There's no misses coming out of Philippines' side, so that's going to be a really high team score. Oh. 150 on Swampsea's side, but 85 300s. On a long map as well, that is.
Wait, where did that 50 come from?
That was towards the end.
And still ending up with a 99.91. How?
But we were actually having pretty close ratio-wise to to Swampsy there. 116, but just with the 2 misses. Unfortunately, tanking the score a little bit there. But Taiwan picks really fast now. They're picking Destroy, 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 which is, out of all the maps remaining, the one with the most amount of LN. But at the same time, it is notoriously one of the harder picks of the pool. So it really comes down to if Taiwan can really keep up with this level of difficulty against a team with as much skill as the Philippines has.
Which I think is a possibility. I think it's definitely a possibility if L is still unable to play.
Yeah, if the L situation isn't resolved just yet, then there is some kind of opportunity for Taiwan. But it's hard to say with a map this hard. It really does depend on how comfortable these players are, because any kind of misses are just things that you can't afford against the Philippines.
Oh, we see Kura playing this one.
Well, Kura coming in. Last time we saw Kura in was the very first map of the match, sorry. Looks like we are seeing Fola and Joylin in again for Taiwan. Sorelia coming in again as well for the Philippines. So more of their hybrid team, it looks like, for the Philippines there. And this is a pretty gigantic point as well, because as we know right now, 3-all, if Taiwan manages to win this map, then it guarantees a tiebreaker, no matter what happens on the Philippines' own pick.
Yes, this is hands down the most important point for Taiwan. 7 was already super important and they got it. And now this is the last obstacle. Well, before the tiebreaker anyways.
Yeah, before the tiebreaker, but Philippines winning this point means that they are going to have an absolutely huge advantage with their own pick. Taiwan do not want to be put up in a situation where they have to break point against Philippines' own pick, because Philippines still have a lot of comfortable picks left over. So this is really do or die for Taiwan now. We'll see if they are able to take yet another point from the Philippines here.
The fight for survival as the client bugs a little bit. Might need a panic here.
No, it's just SV, clearly.
Oh yeah, Destroy, Destroy, Destroy is an SV map. We see a lot of Chroma SV maps.
Okay, so now we wait. And it looks like early on, Joylin finding a miss, potentially.
It's still at the beginning, but it's kind of a questionable place because it is right on the 400 combo mark.
We are seeing some much lower accuracies all around the board, really showcasing how hard this map is compared to some of the other ones we've seen. Sorelia with 99.4, a little bit behind everyone else, but the miss from Joylin is really keeping Philippines in the lead right now. So far, Weiru and Fola actually having the best accuracies in the lobby. So without that miss, I think Taiwan actually has the accuracy advantage. But as I said before, a miss against Philippines is really not something that you want to be risking here, because Philippines just hasn't been missing so far.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. However, Destroy, Destroy, Destroy is probably one of the easiest maps to miss on.
And we'll see how the players do with the second half now. Halfway point. Sorelia actually finding a miss, and that's huge for Taiwan. The accuracy drop from Sorelia as well, down to 99.3, and Taiwan have a definite lead now. They just need to hold on to this. If they hold on to their accuracy, 99.8 for Weiru, doing really well.
There's a third of the map left, and this third is going to be super crucial as we go into the jump drills.
There cannot be any misses. A single miss from Taiwan completely loses the lead right now. It is too close in the accuracy. And we're getting into the last fifth of the map now.
Oh my god, this is going to be so major for Taiwan.
With Joylin dropping accuracy a little bit, but Weiroo has been building accuracy from the start of the second half onwards and is now at 99.83. Weiroo and Fola really putting the team on their backs right now. And it looks like Taiwan are actually going to take a fourth point now.
Oh my god. Guaranteed tiebreaker for Taiwan.
This is huge. This is the 25th seed right now against the 8th seed. And we can just see exactly what we meant at the start. All of these teams are so close in skill together. The seed numbers don't matter at all. Philippines now up against the wall. They need to win this next point and then the tiebreaker in order to win this match.
So the survivor question might get answered from one match, exactly one match.
Yep, the very first match in this tournament could very well be a tiebreaker right now. The Philippines have the opportunity to push this to tiebreaker. We'll see what they decide to pick. There's 3 maps left in the pool, 2 Rice maps and Pandora Paradox in the hybrid section. So we'll see what they decide to go for. Ondine being the more accuracy focused, a little bit of a weird snapping map. We've got the tech map in Diamante and the more Rice focused hybrid. I think the hybrid is something that they'll probably not want to turn to at this point in time. So I suspect we're going to have one of the 2 Rice maps coming through.
Yeah, I believe they're going to be going for Rice no matter what. I think Diamante might be the better option.
Potentially. It all does depend on how comfortable the Philippines are. Another thing to take into consideration right now is the nerves. Philippines have to be feeling some nerves right now, and maybe that influences their decision on what map to pick. Because I don't know about the players here, but if I was 1 point away with a must-win point away from tiebreaker, I would be pretty nervous playing a tech map. But either way, it looks like they are going to go with it.
Like, the thing with nerves is that it's pretty nerves are everywhere. I think both of the teams must be nervous out of their mind right now.
Oh, definitely. Taiwan as well, even though they are up, they have to be feeling the nerves as well. Being so close to a major upset. Honestly, but right now, this is the Philippines' best chance of coming back to the match right now, is winning this Rice map. And so far, we know exactly how good they've been on Rice.
Yeah, the thing is with Diamante is that it's so bursty that it's so easy to miss. So Taiwan could very well close it 5-3 against the Philippines if the Philippines are not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I do think that Philippines just overall has been phenomenal on these Rice picks, so the chance of them missing on a Rice pick probably not as high as Taiwan. We're going to see Murarachi coming in yet again instead of Weiroo. Player that is seemingly more comfortable on the Rice picks, at least combo-wise.
Also, looking ahead to the potential tiebreaker, I have to wonder between the Philippines and Taiwan. Well, Philippines minus L's. Who is going to win? That's really hard to say.
A really interesting question, because the hybrid maps we've seen Taiwan win. And of course, the tiebreaker is one of those hybrid maps. So we'll see what happens if we get to that point. Right now, the players can't really focus on the tiebreaker themselves. All they have to do is put all of their energy into this one map right now. And we are getting Swampsy back in, of course. It looks like both teams have their members sorted out.
Oh man, I'm not ready for this pick.
Okay, let's get into it now. Match point for Taiwan. The chance of a tiebreaker is out in the open for the Philippines to take. We'll see who manages to win now.
So, while destroy, destroy, destroy was the most important point for Taiwan, this is the most important point for the Philippines.
Absolutely. Well, there couldn't be anything more important than up against an immediate loss.
Yeah, match point. Makes sense.
Yep. So here we go at the start here. We have a little bit of an AC drop from sign up at the very start, but nothing too major. Right now, Swampsy is the one sticking out above everyone else with a 99.95, but Chang Panda actually has it matched. So the accuracy difference is not too huge, but Murarachi finding a little bit of drop in AC. Down to 99.6.
We're seeing kind of 3 mirror matches against each other, and the Philippines have the advantage right now in terms of the mirror matches.
Yeah, Mystery L beating out Murarachi's accuracy just by a bit there. 0.2% is the advantage there.
They get the burst. Everyone gets the burst.
Yeah, combo's holding really strong for all players. It's just in this accuracy advantage that we're seeing, and Sorelia actually dropping in accuracy quite a lot, down to 99.6. Now it's below Synop's accuracy and Murarachi's. So there is a little bit of a window for Taiwan to come back if they manage to build up their accuracies, but it has to come up pretty quickly because we're already reaching the end of this really short map.
Yeah, last quarter of the map, and any miss could matter.
Chang Panda. And it looks like that might seal the deal for the end of this map. The accuracy advantage is still in the Philippines side, even with that miss. So now we are going to end up with the Philippines win, taking their 4th point and forcing the tiebreaker in the very first match of the tournament.
First match of the tournament, tiebreaker. Yes. Yes.
This is crazy. Taiwan as well, a country that I would not have expected whatsoever coming into this tournament to be this good. Right? Holding up their own against the Philippines in such a massive way, taking it to tiebreaker is a pretty insane performance from them, and now we've got it. We are going to be going on to the standard Camellia tiebreaker that we see in every pool, of course.
Yes, Prolove is
we'll have to see what the lineups are going to look like. I can only imagine it will be a similar lineup that we saw for the hybrid maps. We already see Weiru coming in for Taiwan. Definitely one of the strong players that stood out on those hybrid maps.
We might be getting a little bit impatient.
Hang on a second.
I might be getting a little bit impatient here.
The script was leaked, unfortunately. Pretend you didn't see that.
Come on, client, don't be biased. So, while we are whacking the client behind the scenes for being absolutely biased, we are going to be starting the actual tiebreaker.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the 3rd player for the Philippines to come in. It looks like Swampsy is going to be playing now on the hybrid. And Kura we're going to get in as well for the Philippines, alongside Mystery L, with Fola, Murarachi, and Weiru for Taiwan. A lot of well-rounded players on both teams that we're seeing for both of these. Just a note as well, just before we get into the map, right now Japan versus Spain is starting on its way in the background. We're going to be switching to that just after this, but Japan banning Harajuku Iohoi and Spain banning Iterated in that match. And it looks like Kura is sight reading this. Sight reading the tiebreaker right now. That is a scary thought.
Oh my god. I would never have expected such a chaotic match to start the weekend. Oh my god.
I think Swampsea also said that they were sight reading the tiebreaker as well. I wonder if the Philippines has practiced this much.
So, live news from the other match going on right now, Japan versus Spain. Japan wins their first point on Axel Blinder, and a father, also known as A.M. Duskia, gets a 998.776.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Japan actually
What a
got
ratio.
5,000 points?
That is going to be another close match, it looks like. But we're going to see that right after this. For now, we have the very last map we'll see in this match, the tiebreaker between Philippines and Taiwan, just about to start. Make sure you cheer for your favorite teams now, because everything is on the line. Loser of this goes straight down into loser's bracket. And is that a 50 from Swampsea at the very start, missing the first LN?
The client combos are all over.
That is the client. Okay, that is the client.
But anyways, everything is on the table right now. Everything is on the line for both of those teams.
This is for everything. Kura dropping accuracy quite a lot on these LNs in the intro. Not looking very comfortable so far, dropping down to 99.1, and that's going to give Taiwan a little bit of a lead. But not too much, because Mystery L is holding a really solid score. Sign Up finding a miss early on, but Swampsea trades it back.
Yeah, this tiebreaker is so easy to miss on, especially in their nerves.
So the misses were traded one apiece, but the accuracy drop from Sign Up is much more severe than Swampsea's accuracy drop. Philippines are in the lead solely based on the accuracy right now. And we'll have to see Sign Up to increase that accuracy a little bit more if Taiwan wants to edge back a little bit of a lead. Fola right now holding a 99.4, a little bit behind as well, but so is Kura. It really is Weiru versus Mystery L right here, being the highest scores on both teams.
Oh boy.
And Fola finding a miss there for Taiwan. That's going to be a pretty decent sized lead for the Philippines now. Philippines are going to start to run away with a bit of a lead as long as they can keep on to their own combos.
Yeah,
right now in a really good position.
It seems that both of the teams have one top player, one middle player, and one player who is holding the third player role right now. But right now, overall, the Philippines seem to be having the advantage on all three of those aspects.
And Mystery L looking like the strongest scorer in the lobby so far, but Weiru's not that far behind, and it really just does come down to that one miss from Fola and Sign Up. It's where most of the score lead is coming from right now. But Fola finding another miss now. That was after building up to 400 combo as well, so that's going to be a lot of score being missing. that's seemingly struggling on a lot of these more physically intensive patterns that we're seeing in this tiebreaker.
Yeah, this tiebreaker is kind of Jack-oriented, and that might be an issue for the Taiwanese players.
It is a really difficult tiebreaker as well, especially when we compare it to a lot of previous year's tiebreakers, definitely. But now we're getting into the last quarter of the map. We'll see if all these players can hold on. Philippines just needs to hold on to their combo. Accuracy drops are not going to be enough for Taiwan to come back into this map.
Theoretically, Taiwan should have the advantage on the lens, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, there really does need to be misses coming out. It can't just be an accuracy lead in lens, it has to be combo leads. And just like that Swampsea missing, is that going to be enough though? If it's a singular miss and the accuracy from Swampsea is still really high, 99.7 still. And no one else from the Philippines seeming like they're having any trouble keeping combo. We're actually finding a drop towards the end there. It looks like there's just not going to be enough time.
Yeah,
we're finding another miss. And unless something catastrophic happens, we're at the very, very end of the map. It looks like everyone from Philippines has managed to hold on for long enough, and Philippines will just barely manage to win this match in the end, 5-4.
2 full combos on the Philippines side, and especially on suboptimal conditions as well. That's absolutely incredible to see. Wow, absolutely astounding performance from all players involved here.
Mystery L right there being the MVP, 3 200s that entire map, as well as having almost the best ratio. Swampsea there with popping off a little bit with that ratio. But overall, just an amazing team score overall from Philippines, and they're really showing why they are a high-seeded team, a top-seeded team in this tournament.
I must say Kura is so underrated.
That was a sight read as well from Kura, yeah.
Kura is so underrated, oh my god. Meanwhile, the other match, Japan versus Spain, has turned into a 2-0 for Japan. The second point being on Disconnected, being won by Japan, and Crew K's 998K.
Oh, that's a crazy score from Crew K, as expected.
But yeah, I'm still recovering from...
Yeah, that was a crazy ending to that first match. Taiwan, unfortunately, despite fighting as hard as they did, they'll be sent down into the losers bracket. So we will see them again next week, definitely. But just missing out barely on the win against the Philippines. I think with scores like those, they'll definitely put up a really good fight in the losers bracket, though. So congratulations to Philippines either way. They'll be moving on till the next stage, and now, I think, without further ado, we should be getting into the next match as soon as possible.
Yeah, we're going to be joining the match in the middle of it, which is kind of not optimal, but yeah, Philippines versus Taiwan needed the coverage.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of technical issues halfway that delayed the match a little bit, but had to watch that tiebreaker, even if it meant missing a couple maps of the next match. So right now it looks like they have just started playing Destroy, 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 the Happy End, which should be Japan's pick, actually.
Oh, that's quite interesting. I hope
that's a really interesting pick from Japan. So, while we're waiting for the stream to switch up, we do have Japan being historically an extremely Rice-focused team. basically picking only rice for years. And this year is no exception. They are really, really strong at rice. But their LNs are not quite as strong. So picking second pick a hybrid map is a little bit of a surprise here.
Yeah, especially since from what we've seen from qualifiers, Japan does not have the strongest LN lineup.
Yeah, so we are looking at right now a Japan hybrid pick. So Crew K, AM Duskia, and Fairy Fi for Japan, and we're looking at Crew K Fanboy, funnily enough, Aita and Komirin for Spain. So interesting to see the difference in scores between the original and the Fanboy.
I completely forgot about the original versus Fanboy matchup. There are two of them actually. There's Crew K versus Crew K Fanboy and Lovely Ann versus Lovely Ann.
Oh my god, there is Lovely Ann versus Lovely L later on. But oh, actually, Fairy Fi finding a miss. This is big. This is swinging towards Spain now.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Spain holding on, really strong scores. Crew K Fanboy and Aita holding on, 99.7, high 99.7s. Crew K being the only one on Japan's team to really match those accuracies. And with misses from Fi and AMD, that's not going to be enough for Japan to pull out the win. Spain looking like they're taking their first point here in this match, and it's going to be a break point on Japan's own pick.
I believe this is the first breakpoint of the tournament so far.
Yeah, actually no, there was one before. Japan won on Spain's pick of disconnected.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so Spain, they have something that can go for them now. Definitely an interesting pick from Japan. I would have thought Japan would just go immediately for rice and only rice, because there are enough picks for Japan to just pick out all the rice and be very comfortable with it. But either way, Spain now with an opportunity to come and tie the match back up with their own pick. Spain, most notably in the qualifiers, getting second place on the SB qualifier. So there is still one more SB map to go for, but Japan is a really scary SB team themselves. So there's always a risk in picking that SB map.
Yeah, there's always a risk because the SVs right now are easier than the qualifiers, because so it's quite different from the qualifiers. You gotta take that into account when strategizing.
Yeah, and when it comes to accuracy with SVs, Crew K is an absolute machine for Japan's side. Looks like Spain are going to take a little bit of a different approach here. We're going to pick Toto Stripe, the LN map against Japan, which is quite a good pick, I would say. Even if LN is not Spain's biggest strength, it is definitely Japan's biggest weakness.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. We get to see Toto Stripe for the first time on stream. And shout out to the French player Toto Stripe as well. Former Mania player as well, who played in the previous, I guess, 2017 Mania World Cup. And Bilal will be joining on Monday.
Ooh. Well, we'll have to see now. So, LNs for Spain are actually pretty good. Aita is quite a good LN player, known for being really good at a lot of LN maps. And Crew K Fanboy has also shown some really solid LN scores. But for the Japan team, I think they mostly struggle with their second and third player. But Crew K and AM Duskia are pretty decent at LN. They're definitely no slouch. But if there was ever a chance for Spain to take a point back, this would probably be one of their best chances.
Yeah, I think they might be doing it in reaction to their breakpoint on Destroy, Destroy, Destroy.
Yeah, and it looks like AM Duskia actually getting off to a little bit of a rough start there, 99.5 here, but Komirin with a 99.4 is matching that accuracy, so they're a little bit tied in score right now. It does look like Kruke Fanboy is holding on really well, but dropping a little bit of accuracy there. Kruke now out in front as the highest scorer in the lobby.
In terms of team performance, this is extremely close.
Yeah, Spain looks like they're taking a little bit of an advantage. Komirin managing to recover the accuracy up faster than AM Duskia is able to. So now Spain just eking out the smallest of advantages here. You also dropping in accuracy a little bit. But yeah, everyone's still holding on to the full combo. And when the scores are this close and everyone has a full combo, it can go really quick into any direction within this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Spain is actually gaining accuracy in general, while Japan is kind of stagnating.
Yeah, Japan really struggling. Kruke doing really well for Japan, but AMD and U struggling a little bit to find their footing with the accuracy. And meanwhile, it looks like Aisha's score is actually just going up and up and up over time. It's not going down whatsoever, now at 99.77, and Komirin's is just rising as well, almost hitting that 99.7 mark. So Spain as a team is playing really well right now.
Yeah, it's kind of the difference between teams with a few carries and all-rounded teams. We kind of see the difference here with Japan versus Spain. I think Spain, also from qualifiers, has been pretty cohesive.
Yeah, Spain, a lot of Spain's scores in qualifiers have all three of their players getting really similar scores, and we can see it here now, 992, 991, 989, really similar scores for all of Spain, but they're all really good scores, compared to Kruke getting a really, really nice score vv1118 with 994k. But the second and third players for Japan just not managing to keep up with Spain.
Yeah, you can see the huge spread in scores between the two teams, and those are definitely two completely different types of teams.
And that's going to tie up the match now. 2-2, Japan and Spain. We've got another close match already, right after coming off a tiebreaker. And now Japan are not going to take any more risks. They're going to go for the tech. They're going to go for the rice maps that they are so comfortable with. Interesting that we haven't seen... Oh no, we did see Axel Grinder. Okay, Axel Grinder was the first pick from Japan. That's it. That was the obvious pick.
Yeah, that's kind of a no-brainer for the lineup.
So that is why they didn't pick Axel Grinder, because they already did.
Nice.
So Diamante, definitely a good pick for Japan now. But they still can't afford any misses or any chokes to come in, because Spain is pretty well-rounded in all skill sets. I would say Spain can easily capitalize on any mistake that Japan does make. And another note as well is that Japan has, compared to last year when they got second place, there's a few new players, new names coming in. And Yu is one of the names that is a fresh face to MWC here. And so far we've seen Yu play in quite a lot of maps as well, played most of their qualifiers. So filling in kind of a general role in the, I guess in a lot of the Rice and hybrid maps in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. The absence of Intellizer in Japan's team is pretty important to fill. And it seems that Yu is making a pretty good job for their first time. So it's actually quite refreshing to see some new faces, and especially some new prominent faces.
Yeah, now it will be the first real test in an actual match for Yu. See how they perform on Diamante.
Yeah, not for me, but for you.
Oh my god. Okay, decent starts for everyone. You and Aita holding off a little bit lower than other people, but slowly building back up the accuracy. AMD right now with 99.94 is crushing in the accuracy department. But we also have Kruke building up their accuracy as well into the 99.9s.
Yeah, Kruke and AMD are the only... Oh, that's accuracy break from Kruke here. I was going to say that Kruke and AMD were the only ones close to 99.9.
Now Kruke contending with Kruke Fanboy, but Kruke Fanboy dropping a 200 there. Going to drop in accuracy a little bit. Japan's going to maintain the accuracy lead. We're now in the last third or so of the map.
Yeah, I guess the real battle is between Kruke and Kruke Fanboy.
Absolutely. How embarrassing must it be for you to lose to your own fanboy? But right now, it's just been the smallest of accuracy drops that's decided it, but you actually dropping quite a bit of accuracy there, and that's going to swing the lead actually back to Spain.
Wait, was it flickering?
It's flickering back and forth, and we're at the last note. Hang on a second.
How many points?
Okay. That was 600, less than 600, 540 points.
What happened?
Right at the end there, a few 200s gotten from AMD. AMD and you both getting a few 200s towards the end, dropping that 99.95 solid accuracy that they were holding.
Yeah,
actually, Aita being the only one to score V1 SS that.
Yeah, the 200s, the crucial 200s that people might have been picking up at the very end are very important.
You cannot afford to slip up even the slightest bit towards the end, and either way though, Japan just manages to hold on to it with AMD's very nice ratio, if you caught that earlier.
It is so scary. And, well, Japan not quite getting the double S's. They're missing the S, and you know what... And you know what Spain is without the extra S. It is Spain.
Oh no. And now it's we'll see what Spain decide to pick. It looks like they picked 7 actually, so they're sticking with the LN type of picks, which I think makes a lot of sense. It worked for them really well on Tour de Strade. So 7 could be a really good pick. Ruins has to be picked at some point by one of the teams, probably by Spain.
Yeah, I don't know about Ruins actually, because Japan and Spain are actually kind of favorite teams in terms of SV.
Yeah.
So they might not want to pick SV against each other.
It is terrifying. Like, both of these teams are you would have to say they're 2 of the best SV teams in the tournament. And because they're so good at SV, neither team wants to ban the SV maps, so they didn't. But at the same time, they also don't want to pick the SV maps.
Yeah, it's kind of strange to think about SV as something that people don't immediately pick or ban.
Yeah, when both teams are just so good, you know, you don't want to ban it because you're so good at them, but you also don't want to pick it because the other team is so good at them. So they just end up being ignored for like one of the only times you'll ever see SV ignored in a match.
Yeah, it's kind of strange to think that SV might be as dangerous as, for example, the hybrids. Like, this is probably one of the quote-unquote least risky hybrids because it's LN-oriented, and we've seen Spain get the advantage on LNs.
Yeah, Spain maintaining their same roster now, and we have Verify in again for Japan. Verify seeming like they are being one of the hybrid players for Japan as well as the SV player that they are known for. So far, it looks like Crew K, AM Dusky are holding exceptionally high accuracies, also with Crew K Fanboy and Ita on Spain.
Oh my god, Crew K Fanboy getting the advantage over Crew K, but not anymore.
The most exciting battle of all. But all the accuracies right now are so close. It's like Komirin very, very slightly behind, but not by that much. A single 200 would probably be enough to swing this the other way, but for now, Japan have the smallest of leads.
Oh my
There's still
god.
half of the map left.
This is such a dangerous pick.
It really could go any way at any point in time. Komirin and Crew K Fanboy slipping just a little bit in their accuracies. Fairy Fire's dropping accuracy a little bit as well. But Crew K and AM Dusky are still holding strong at 99.8, just as I say that. Oh no! AMD!
Oh my god.
That's a miss in the last quarter of the map, and that is a really bad time for it to happen. Because now Spain is going to start to build up the biggest advantage they've had so far in this map. Very high! 2 misses from Japan towards the end of this map, not even in the harder sections either. And now Spain are just going to start to run away with it. They just need to hold on to the combo and they've got it. 3-3.
Oh no.
Man, look at these 200 counts, and the ratios across the board are just so similar between the two teams.
This is a mirror match with some jokes in between.
Yeah, these teams have really similar accuracies overall. It's all just coming down to these small chokes.
And
now we have 3-3 Japan's pick. We're in a similar situation to the first match.
Oh my god, are we really gonna be commentating 2 tiebreakers in a row?
Can we get 16 tiebreakers in round of 32?
Oh my god. Can we don't tell me we're gonna get only tiebreakers in round of 32.
That would be the dream.
Oh
The best timeline possible. But for now, Japan, I can only imagine they would pick something like The Words I Never Said. But this is going to be their last pick, guaranteed. Both teams get 1 pick each now, so they have to really think about it carefully.
Oh my god, all of the remaining picks are kind of risky to some extent, actually. Seeing how close even the Rice has gotten.
Yeah, so Japan is definitely picking between The Words I Never Said and Ondine, and Spain is definitely picking between Ruins and Pandora Paradox. But probably Ruins. Probably. Maybe.
Maybe.
It's risky, but everything is risky right now. There is no non-risky picks.
Hypothetically, strategically.
Right now we're just waiting on what Japan decide to pick. Looks like they're discussing it.
There's a possibility.
Unless we see the complete 180 and Japan picking Ruins. But that would be too crazy to imagine.
Honestly, they could go for it. They want Disconnected.
No, they're going for The Words I Never Said, which is the more sensible pick.
Like, to be honest, like, Runes is mostly Rice, I think.
It is. Yeah, Ruins is definitely mostly Rice, but it's just way too risky, right? Like, Spain is so good at SV that you can't. Neither of these teams can confidently say that they have the advantage of Ruins. So that is why it's being avoided. But this map, The Words I Never Said, Japan should be coming into this at least comfortable with their own scores. This is one of their biggest strengths, or pretty much their biggest strength, is their Rice accuracy. So
yeah, I feel like where I never said initially before the match even begins would have been a no-brainer on Japan's side, but seeing the results so far is kind of scary. Like to go for anything actually.
Yeah, Spain is just showing a really, really strong team performance as a whole. So we'll have to see what kind of scores these players can get out of this map. Be definitely looking at AM Duskia on Japan's side, who has been putting out some insane ratios in all Rice maps this tournament so far. Here we go, the most important map for Japan, at least right now.
I think it's important for both of the teams. I think 3-3.
It really is.
3-3 is like such.
It's such a volatile situation right now because no matter like what Spain picks as their last pick, it's going to be a coin flip. So right now, whichever team wins this now is going to get a huge advantage.
Yeah, Spain getting an upset on this would be so huge.
But here we go into the speed streams, and right now we've got 200% over there on Japan's side, doing what they do best.
Ratio gods.
And this is lasting a lot longer than I thought it would. There's a regular 300 from AMD, but Crew K is going to last all the way until the streams. And a very slight accuracy advantage for Japan now. Aita is dropping a little bit in accuracy, so is Guldak, but Yu is matching those. And Aita actually finding a miss. That's a big miss now.
The fanboy getting a pretty substantial advantage over the original.
Yeah, Crew K actually dropping in accuracy quite a bit, and now Crew K Fanboy with a really strong accuracy, matching AMD right now. But AMD finding a miss!
Oh, it's trading.
In the speed stream. And now that might be enough for Spain to take back the lead. The Crew K and Crew K Fanboy are tied in accuracy and score right now. AMD and Aita are tied one miss apiece with the same accuracy, and Yu and Guldak have the same accuracy as well. I think these scores are basically tied once AMD hits that 400 combo mark.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to accuracy, and these accuracies, those total accuracies are so close.
If you look at these players pair-wise, they have the same accuracy, and Aita and AMD both having the same number of misses as well. This is flickering back and forth. It could go to anyone at the very end of the map.
Oh my
200s can't be avoided.
I'm watching.
Any 200s aside the map. Is that Japan? What? What?
The difference is in the way.
16 points.
Excuse me?
Is that 16 points?
This point difference is not even legal.
What? Oh my god. 16. That's like, oh. One Rainbow 300. One Rainbow 300 difference. If either of any 6 of these players got an extra Rainbow 300, it would have been a different result. But Japan getting so close to losing their own pick. And now they're up 4-3. Spain have to win the next 2 points to win. Right
now, I just wanna stand up, get away from my room, and breathe a little bit, because I don't know what this match even is.
Oh my god. And they're going for ruins. Oh, they're going for ruins.
No way, this is gonna be so close.
Oh my god. Oh my god, these two teams are so good.
Why are the first MWC matches so high? Oh my god.
Oh, how is this even happening? Okay, Spain, this is the last pick before a potential tiebreaker. Japan wants to end this right now because this match is getting way too close for comfort. Spain have to win their own pick now in ruins, but I have no clue who's going to end up winning this. Honestly, this could come down to 1-200 again. We have 3 SV gods on Spain here. Crew K Fanboy, Aita, and Kamirin. And on Japan, we have Crew K, the god at SV, along with you, and I believe Fairy Fi should be coming in as well, being really solid themselves.
Yeah, on Spain's side, we see the same trio that netted the number 2 seed on the SV qualifier. Summit, Aitor, and Kamirin, along with a potential COVID shot.
Or if either of these teams were against any other team, they would be picking this map first. Like, they would be picking SV first every time against any other team, but now it's lasted until the very last pick of the match. So we're just waiting on the last player for Japan to come in. Oh, we're seeing Sleep Girl.
Oh my... What?
Hang on, we haven't seen Sleep Girl so far this entire tournament. I forgot they were on the Japanese team.
Going on runes, they have different lineups for different. Oh wait, I gotta check the MP link.
So what we missed on Disconnected Hyper, we saw Fairy Fi being the 3rd player for Japan, and Japan just barely managing to win that. So now this is the first time we're seeing Sleep Girl come in, or JH Sleep Girl, I think.
Yeah, there's literally no way to predict the outcome of this point. There's no way to predict anything here.
Oh my god.
I am not ready for anything right now.
Okay, we just gotta calm down a little bit.
I'm gonna grab some water a little bit. I need it after all that's happened in the past hour.
Okay, it does look like Japan is gonna sub in Fi. So Fairy Fi is gonna come back in as the 3rd SV player for Japan. And that is all 6 players finally in the lobby now. Ready, everyone feeling nervous about this one. Must win for Spain, and also I would say it's definitely a must win for Japan as well, almost, because we know how good Spain is in general at the hybrids. So the tiebreaker is looking scary for both teams. Japan definitely wants to win it here if they can.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see this point go into ruins.
Oh, and we're starting the map now, but just tied between both teams, as it should be at the start of the map. Fairy Fire having a really good ratio right now. So same with Crew K as expected. Aita and Komirin keeping up though. But so far a really tiny advantage for Japan, but it's kind of flickering a little bit. But oh, that's a little bit of an accuracy drop from both Crew K and Fairy Fire.
Yeah,
that's
gonna have a top score.
Oh, Kruke dropping accuracy again. That was a 200, I think, that time. And Aita now dominating the lobby with this accuracy, 99.9. No one else even close to it. Yu and Komirin with tied accuracies. Kruke fanboy matching Fi. So Spain with an advantage now.
All Japan can do is focus on the ratio. Focus on the ratio.
But you can't focus too hard on the ratio because that's when the 200s start coming out, especially on SV maps like this.
No, this is such a nerve-wracking point.
On a slow jam map, no less. Aisha is just holding on so strong, consistent with that accuracy. But Kruke is building up the accuracy really fast. He's increased his accuracy by 0.1% just in the past third of the map, and it's still getting higher. So Japan is really slowly starting to take back a little bit of an advantage potentially soon. But Fairy Fi is dropping accuracy a little bit.
Kruke has recovered so much accuracy.
Kruke has recovered a ridiculous amount. He has definitely not gotten like any regular 300s for a while. Oh, but Japan is starting to take it back. The ac recovery from Kruke is just being enough. Aita finding a little bit of an accuracy drop as well. I think Japan have the lead now.
Yeah, just from Aita's...
Oh, but it's flickering! It's flickering! It's flickering! And oh my god, you can't do this again! That's 52 points!
Oh my god. I cannot believe that from the past two picks, the points difference has been less than 100. From the sum of
combined.
The difference of
combined
the two
for
previous
both of the picks
combined.
Less than 100. How? That 1-200 from Aita at the end of the map, that cost the point. Oh my god, and Kruke's ratio was a big reason why 47 300s, even with the 200s. That is just ridiculous from both teams. How?
And the missing S from the double S from Aitor means pain for Spain.
Pain for Spain indeed. That was such an agonizing way to lose a match for Spain. That could have easily been Spain 5-3. 2 notes of difference between Japan 5-3 and Spain 5-3 right there. But Japan managing to just barely win out now. They are going to be the winners and they are going to move on to the next round next week, where Spain is going to be one of the scariest losers bracket teams I have seen in a long time.
I'm guessing it's going to be different on the round of 16 map pool, though. A lot of strategies are kind of shifting as the map pool is getting harder and harder.
Next week's map pool will definitely expect to be much harder. But for now, though, I would not want to verse Spain.
Oh my god.
Okay, so insane matches. What?
Oh my god, we've got only 4 minutes to go until the next match. Oh my god, like the 2 previous matches have been breathtaking, and I definitely want to take a break after this much adrenaline.
Yeah, that is insane. I think for now, though, before we get into the next match, I just need to catch a bit of a breath right now. Hold on.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, so just before we get into the next match, we do have Korea versus Sweden coming up. And for that, I do believe we're switching commentators up just a bit.
Yeah, we're going to be welcoming a Swedish commentator and a not Korean commentator. They will introduce themselves in time.
Yeah, those 2 matches were so good. Wow. Yep, so now it looks like we have our 2 next commentators in here. I've been Potassium F commentating with Pataraj, and we'll pass it on to our next set.
that.
And hello. Welcome back to Osamania 4Key World Cup 2021 groups a round of 32. I already messed that up. Wow, I was hoping I didn't mess that up, but round of 32. I am Shoegazer, and with me is Swedish commentator, Davy. Hello, say hello.
I'm here now, and here to commentate the Swedish matchup versus the Koreans. Yes,
oh my god!
I have a Swedish guy commentating in Sweden.
All right. Yeah, I speak Swedish too. Actually, don't tell anyone. But yes, we are this current match is South Korea versus Sweden. Pretty interesting match, I'd say. Pretty interesting match. South Korea was I believe the third place team last year, but the lineup this year is very, very different compared to last year. I can't remember names anymore, but the names here are very new. I think this is like their first or second time participating, barring Transcendence. And Sweden, we haven't really seen much of Sweden.
Yeah, sadly also Trimatic is not playing right now. I don't actually recognize one of these players. Everyone's sort of familiar to me.
I thought you're Swedish, you should know all of them, or something like that. Don't worry, I'm gonna... Alright, anyway. Right now, going to the match, South Korea versus Sweden. They already got the roles done. Sweden banning Total Streep, and South Korea probably banning Harajuku Iahoi. I expect South Korea versus Sweden to be a very Rice-oriented match, given their strength. South Korea did really, really well on the Rice maps this year, and Sweden, I think, is mostly good at Rice.
Sweden is definitely very Rice-oriented, and same goes with South Korea now. Unfortunately, South Korea is bit stronger when it comes to just pure Rice. I've seen some of their scores, and there's something. We'll see if they can match up to them in this match. It would be exciting to see, because...
Hello, South Korea, you are not allowed to ban any maps, please. You have to ban something.
No ban. That is bold. Anyways, heja Sverige. I get.
But yeah.
I have to say something in Swedish. Otherwise, this is scuffed.
All right. I do think that this is going to be Harajuku for first pick iterated. Yeah, that makes sense. I was expecting South Korea to go for like iterated Axel Grinder, Diamante, and maybe On Die. Those are the four.
They're a bit. From what I've seen, they're a bit shaky on online, but they're still doing very well on it. Yeah, that's like iterated. They will definitely go for. And their first pick is iterated actually. And it looks like they stick to their no ban thing. I thought that was a joke. But
I don't think that's allowed, but I guess we can talk about that later on. It's something that I guess the organizers would have to worry more about. But anyway, iterated is a good pick. I think that's South Korea's highest score, and I think they should be fine. I don't think there's many choke points in iterated. There are a few bursts here and there, but nothing too terrible. And I think that they will mess up Sweden more than South Korea, unfortunately. Unfortunately for Sweden, that is.
Yeah, I don't think they have quite the. I know Diamond Blaze and Emic hold up decently on their own. It's just a bit of a worry with their like third player, and it's also that they aren't quite that very top notch. I suppose one thing that Sweden does have a slight advantage on, but I'm not sure if it's an advantage, but it's something they're strong at, let's just say, and that's SV. So we might see a couple
SVs.
of SVs. Yeah.
I would say that well, actually, both teams actually do practice SVs quite a bit. I'm not too sure how well they did on the qualifiers. I think South Korea did better than Sweden. Don't quote me on that though, but I think
what I remember, Sweden did underperform slightly on the qualifiers. I know that one of the players, I think Emic, I don't remember, he got
Emic,
like. Yeah, I got like a 996k pretty early on, but then on qualifiers was like 91 something.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. It looks like they're starting pretty soon. Looks like they're all getting their GLHFs and... Oh, okay, this is more delayed. But anyway, yeah, I do think that Sweden's going to be pretty good at SVs, but I don't think they're going to be as good as South Korea, unfortunately. I know you did say that they did underperform, but give me a moment.
It's also a bit. There's a lot of like newer tournament players here, so they might not perform as well under pressure as they would otherwise. So that's another worry. But yeah, it looks
I
like
have returned.
Hello. I'm not sure if you heard what I said.
No, I was running around. Anyway, what did you say?
Okay, that's fine. I said that. Hold on, what did I say?
It's okay. Never mind. Let's move along. First round, really neck to neck. The moment actually, a lot more neck to neck than I expected. You should expect, I say, girls front line, Gaisol. I don't know how to pronounce that. To do very well for the rice maps. I think Flying Samira might be the weakest link of the South Korean team, but I think even the third player is actually stronger than Sweden's best player, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I suppose this is a match where 200s will matter a lot. Right now, they're looking to have a advantage. And girls front line, do you know they have like another alias? Because I've never heard of it.
No, I do not. I'm pretty sure they do. Girls front line is a gacha game, so there has to be another alias, but I don't think it's off any alias that's of like significance or anything. I think they're just a very good sharpshooter player. And wow, that act is pretty gross.
Yeah,
99.98. Oh my god. And Sweden's doing pretty good too. Like I'm pretty sure they're having double S's so far.
Yeah, but the thing is, Lemmy just got himself a miss. I saw it.
Oh no.
Going to hurt him a lot.
Like,
Okay, so I just remember what I was going to say to you when you were walking off into the sunset.
Oh, Emic, no! Oh, Emic.
Oh.
Go. Okay, I don't think that's enough though. That's actually definitely not enough. Oh, jeez.
And the Emic just missed.
Yeah, Emic just missed as well.
Yeah. So, anyways, the thing I was going to mention was that lots of these players for Team Sweden are pretty new to tournament setting, so they're going to have to perform well under pressure, and that's pretty high bar.
Oh my god, that no more 300 count from Girls Frontline. That's disgusting. Oh my god, 37 is really, really, really gross. And Sweden's actually doing pretty good as well. Getting near double S's on that is really, really good, I'd say. Like, not an easy map to get a perfect score on. Well, relatively perfect.
Yeah.
Jeez. But yeah, you mentioning that Sweden having mostly new players. I think South Korea is about the same actually. South Korea has mostly players who just this is like their first time joining MWC, first time joining like a major tournament. So I think both players are under a lot of tournament pressure right now. But regardless, they should be fine. I think they should be fine. They're doing quite well already. Anyway, back to Sweden though. What would they pick? I'm expecting them to go for like more Rice, Diamante, or Axel Grinder. I think.
They
the best
might.
bet.
Oh yeah,
they could go for SVs too. Yeah.
Going for
Gaspard works too, I guess. It's pretty tricky, and it's definitely not up South Korea's alley. Girls Frontline and Gaisol, I think that's how I pronounce his name. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Are generally very good at straightforward patterning, and Gaspard is absolutely not straightforward. It's actually kind of gross.
It's the opposite of straightforward.
Yeah. I like this pick. Plays to their strengths relatively. Kind of a risky map to pick, which works in Sweden's favor. But whether they will win is something that we'll have to see. This is a very long map, and there is one part that's really, really hard to time, and I expect a couple people to like vomit 200s all over. But we'll see.
And even this, I remember playing that one section you're referring to, and it's like pretty choke heavy from what I remember. Just if you mess up just slightly, you can just miss. Let's get this ball rolling. For a lot of mappers such as myself, this is like one of my favorite maps. I know a lot of people who really likes this map too.
It's alright. It's alright. Let's see. Oh, Lemmy actually dropped a few 200s right off the bat, actually. Not good for Lemmy and Sweden in general. South Korea mostly doing well so far. This part's not too bad. Like, I do think that like the bulk of the difficulty of this map is pretty concentrated in like one part. But we're not there yet. This should be relatively not straightforward, but score should be pretty stable here, I think.
Yeah,
Emic dropped a 200 as well. Looks like they did, given the accuracy.
These clams, they're pretty tricky.
It is tricky, but nothing too daunting for these players, I think.
Yeah,
especially given the rest of
the short jackish section.
I don't expect any 200 drops here, and I don't think there's any significant act drops here. Guys, so maybe dropping a little bit there. Actually, yeah, he did drop a little bit, maybe a 200, but again, very minor, or at least just like a couple of like normal 300s, which isn't too significant at the moment given the gap. But again, it comes down to that one burst section that's coming up fairly soon, I believe.
Yeah, it's the climax, I believe. Wait, no, wait, it's not. No, it's coming later. Yeah, right. It's not. I was actually thinking about how it's like playing this on the actual piano.
No, this is the climax. This works as a climax, I'd say. All right, let's see. So we're coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Ooh.
It's a part that's pretty easy to play on piano, but it's the
Yeah.
hardest part on this.
Right, there it is, there it is, there it is. Let's see. No significant drops.
Okay.
Oh, Ghost front line dropped. Ghost front line dropped. Oh god, oh god. This might actually change things. Oh my god.
Oh,
Ghost front line dropped. Ghost front line. Oh my god. Sweden might take this. Is Sweden taking this? Oh my god, please.
Are we actually? This is just like.
Oh my god. I was not expecting a drop. I was expecting an ag drop, but not like a combo drop. Oh my god, that is insane.
Sweden actually taking a point.
Oh, 94 too.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That has been pretty wild so far. Like, you just saw the Spain versus Japan match, right? And it was like something else. Välfärd.
Oh my god, that is... Wow. Well, that's a wake-up call, I think.
Yeah, the match basically is going to boil down if the... Going to
Next
boil down
Axel
to
Grinder.
misses. Yeah, like random misses.
Yeah. Given that Sweden probably won't be able to catch up to South Korea in terms of accuracy, I do think that their saving grace would come down to not combo breaking, which is perfectly understandable. And Axel Grinder is probably like the most stable map left in the pool because actually, Words I Never Said is also pretty safe, but Axel Grinder is the slowest and probably the easiest to pull high accuracy on. So I think this is a very good pick, but anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah, like, we just witnessed that South Korea seems to have a tendency from one of their players to miss, as to getting one miss, and it's like, even though the misses are very clean, if the other team is FCing, that just means you straight up lose.
Like, yeah, for matches like this, yeah, you really need to have players that are like consistent. We've already seen in previous matches, like in Japan to Spain, and I believe to a smaller extent Philippines versus Taiwan, that most matches were decided based on a person just missing once or twice, and that's what you expect. That's what you would expect to see in round 32, because like the maps are like relatively easy for these players, so like scores are going to be so close. Anyway, right, song number 3, which is Axel Grinder. Great song. Pretty biased because I mapped this, but this song is pretty good. Very jump streamy. Very, very jump streamy.
That's so well to that pattern, yeah. Oh,
Very-
wait, when did you map this again?
What?
When did you map this
Oh,
again?
this is like pretty recent. I think like 1 or 2 months ago. It's pretty new. Anyway, South Korea's accuracy is pretty disgusting so far, not gonna lie. 99.9s across the board. Ghost front line with the disgusting 99.97. But Sweden's doing pretty good themselves, 99.8.
Yeah, they're holding up pretty well considering who they're up against. 99.9 for EMIC.
Yeah. Right now they finished like the first third of the map. Scores are pretty constant so far, and obviously this is a very accuracy-oriented battle here. And anything can happen. Like, even though South Korea has a bad accuracy right now, like the scores this close, I think they only have like 2 or 3 200s worth of buffer, and you can very easily drop a couple of 200s because the layering in this is very difficult to actually coordinate at times.
Yeah.
Alright, well, here we go.
Here we go. It's going to be the first miss.
Who's gonna be the first miss? That's gonna be really fun. No misses so far.
Yeah.
South
it's like
Korea's act is pretty gross still. Actually, both teams' act is really, really good.
Yeah, everyone's very comfortable on this, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear.
Yeah.
Alright, one more iteration of this. see how well they do. Geisolo's act is dropping a little bit there. It might have dropped to 200, but I don't think it matters very much. The gap is very substantial. So only a break will switch the direction of this match. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Last jump
actually,
stream.
Diamond has been climbing a fair bit. I think
Yeah.
at the beginning it was around 99.8.
Yeah, he's moving up pretty fast, but unfortunately, I don't think that's enough. We're reaching the very, very end of the map, and this is pretty gross. All of these scores are disgusting. Like, that's probably like one of the highest like average accuracy scores I've seen. Girls Frontline at the disgusting 65, and everyone else with like at least 10-1 ratio, barring Lemmy, but it's pretty close to it. Some of them getting like 20-1, 30-1. This is disgusting. This is really, really disgusting.
Oh yeah, like this is very well played from both teams. Okay, so now I know why it seemed a bit weird for. I guess I didn't notice that, but Diamond Blaze had dropped a couple of 200s.
Yeah.
It's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean,
200s do happen on that map, but thankfully they're not too relevant because they're so long. In any case, Sweden going for Diamante Spectre Explosion. Another pick that's pretty stop and go, very disjointed, not continuous. So you can potentially see a few breaks here and there. There are a few bursts that are pretty tricky, but I realistically don't expect South Korea to trip up. But you know, anything can happen. I didn't expect South Korea to trip up on Dyne, and well, they broke. So this is safer. This is a little bit easier than on Dyne, though, I'd say.
It's how is it? It's like I haven't seen this map a lot, but it's like very flam oriented or something.
No, it's not flam oriented. It's very syncopated. Like you can hear right now. You can hear a lot of like syncopation, a lot of stop and go. There are a lot of bursts. Like the difficulty of this map is concentrated in like two sections: the ending and the mid section. And they are 1/8 bursts. So they clock at about 300 BPM or so. Pretty fast, but definitely nothing too difficult for either of these players. I think Undyne's parts are a little bit harder. But regardless, I'm pretty excited to see this because I really want to see how well Sweden does on this, and South Korea. I do expect South Korea to do very well, but you know, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed, and we're getting.
And root for your
into the
favorite
map.
team. Yep, getting to the map. Song number 4.
Bit of a stop.
Yeah, you need to like embrace the atmosphere, you know. Like this is a good song. Anyway,
Yeah, you mentioned
let me with
stop
the
and go. I guess.
yeah, true. Yeah, the rhythm is relatively straightforward, but again, it's the mid section and the ending that we have to worry about.
Oh yeah, I
We've
can
seen
see
a
what
couple
you
of
mean.
there have been a couple of close matches on this map particularly, so I'm very curious to see. But so far, I think South Korea has a pretty comfortable lead at the moment. But again, there's a lot in this map that
Lots of nodes still to go.
Lots of flams there too. I didn't think.
Yeah, there actually was a bit of flams, but
now there's the burst.
Ooh,
whoa!
Yeah, it looks like everyone did.
Transcendence might have dropped to 200 actually.
Oh, Trans.
And Emic as well.
Oh, yeah, it looks like Emic is slacking very behind, so it's yeah. Either they have to, South Korea has to find a couple of more 200s.
There's one more section left, and it's not easy. It's a bit more fragmented, so you can probably expect a potential combo break there, but I don't expect it to. But we'll see. Like Emic! Oh no! Wrong team.
No. Yeah, this is not Sweden's map, I'm sorry to say.
still a good attempt. Actually, Ghost Frontline's accuracy is
Yeah.
pretty gross still, 99.93. I think that's about 70.
Diamond Blaze holding
47.
up well. That's a 1 to 10 ratio and a 47. No,
That's
47.
disgusting. 47 on this is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, how does it do it?
This is so gross. And again, Sweden did pretty well too. Like any 10 to 1 double S is really good, and Diamond and Dummy got pretty close to that. So like they're not doing bad, they're doing great. They're just up against Goliath here.
Yeah, and they have to have like a very stronger.
That's disgusting. Alright, what would South Korea pick? They're going for a Rise, so words I never said of Pandora. I wouldn't go for that. Maybe Disconnect the Hyper actually. Because I know they've been practicing Disconnect the Hyper, and I think they feel relatively confident.
They might also go. Might also go for Destroy because it's a bit more LM heavy, and I think that it might trip up Sweden more than it does South Korea.
I'd say I'd go for 7 if that's the case. I think the LN, there's more like heavy LNs in 7 than Destroy, but maybe I'm wrong there. There we go, Disconnected Hyper. That's an interesting pick. I'm not too sure how much Sweden practiced this. I know South Korea practiced this a lot, so I'm very curious.
I think Sweden did practice this a lot, so I wouldn't worry too much on them not practicing. Actually, let's see what they did. Oh yeah, they did very well on that, but I think that South Korea in the end has a pretty strong advantage on it due to how it's simple its rise structure is, right? So it's not a lot to worry about. So.
It is pretty easy to break though. Like you can definitely get punished really easily on Disconnected Hyper, I think. Like especially in like the mid section, which I will point out in the map itself. But I'm very curious to see. I think South Korea is going to do very well, and I expect Sweden to do well too, given, as you said, how much time they put into it. But I'm really not sure how this would pan out.
Guess we'll see.
Right.
Enjoy
your. I forgot that the map is the first 10 seconds of the map is Ellen.
Oh yeah, there is Ellen.
Alright, this SV part is pretty easy, but I think... Oh my god, Neon Dratcon's act actually dropped pretty hard because of the LNs actually. Dropping to about below 99%, but they should go up pretty nicely here.
Yeah, it looks like Sweden not very comfy on the LM side. Got a couple of 200s too on that price part.
Yeah, Ghost Frontline definitely dropped a couple 200s here, but that's not good actually. There's a lot of... Like this is not like the hard part of the SVs. Like I'd say that the second half,
it's
the mid section is where
flickering.
it gets really hard.
It's actually flickering.
All right. It all comes down to that one mid section then. Very curious.
It's looking
this
pretty
part. This is the beginning of something pretty rough.
That's 200s from
really hard. This part is really hard. Like the quiet parts are so tricky. I think both teams nailed it pretty nicely, but there's still a decent amount of.
No, and now Neon 2.
Oh, Neon 2.
So it's equalized.
Oh, jeez.
In the end. And I think that Neon's miss was.
Yeah, that was more significant because the accuracy drop, yeah.
Yeah.
That's rough.
At ours. Okay, so looks like South Korea taking this one pretty comfortably.
Yeah, pretty big gap.
Diamond Blaze did really well.
Oh my god.
Look at that
9.9, hello.
Hello.
Oh my god, hello.
Yeah, I knew that Diamond is going to be... I think that's a PB from him, actually. 996k.
Yeah, those
Well
are really,
done.
really sick scores. Like 58, 56, 49, all really, really good scores. Oh my god, Diamond freaking out. Yo. What? That's pretty scary. Right, Sweden now, South Korea now at match point. Sweden had to decide now what they have to pick. I do think that Pandora is the best pick here, but I'm not too sure what they would go for. I don't think they should go for Words. I don't think they should go for Seven to Destroy. Ruins might work, but I'm not too sure.
I'd say that Pandora is probably the best pick round. Yeah, they're going for that.
Pandora is very rice heavy, and it's very tricky. Like there's a lot of tricky bits. I'd say I wouldn't say it's as like, it's more tricky than Diamante, but less tricky than Undyne. But I think there's equal levels of choke potential there in Pandora.
Yeah, so they wanna probably pick maps where there's more choke potential rather than straightforwardness. So expectations for this map. Might see a couple of misses, but it's kind of a wild card as to who'll miss. I guess
it's pretty. I think this is actually like the first time this map has been picked in the tournament so far, actually. So
has it gotten banned? Like
it wasn't banned or anything. It was just ignored pretty often. I think the most common bans have been Iahoy and Toda Street.
That's
yeah, anti-Ellen spray live baby. Anyway, I do think like this map is considered a hybrid, but there's definitely a lot more rice than Ellen. Like the Ellens here are pretty insignificant, so I do understand why Sweden would go for this. And obviously this is like a lot more technical than like words I've never said. So I do expect this to go pretty smoothly for Sweden, but whether it's enough to be it's enough to surpass the legend, like the colossal South Korea, is another question altogether, I'd say.
I just realized that if I heard like 3 years ago that Sweden took a point off of South Korea, I would have been like, no way that happened. So it's pretty great that.
Oh, they're actually taking the lead right now. Hello. Their Senden dropped a couple of 200s in the beginning.
Looks like it.
Oh jeez, this is gonna be interesting. Oh my god, that's scary. Yeah, Ghost Frontline's act is disgusting right now. Like 99.95 so far is pretty disgusting, and there's a lot of tricky bits coming too.
Oh yeah, the bursts are not friendly at all.
Yeah, they're very hard. Emi dropped a 200. Lemmy also dropping a 200, I think. So I think South Korea has a very slight lead. I think a single 200 over them. But there are a lot of tricky parts left in this map. Like, a lot, especially in the second half.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the scores are flickering. Transcendence dropping another 200, I think. This is so close. This is like the most LN part of the map. I don't expect any 200s here, but whoa, what's that?
Yeah, the LNs are very straightforward. Like players like me basically sleep at these kind of sections.
I mean, I sleep, but I can't beat LN. I choked on a noodle once. Anyway, gap's getting a little bit bigger actually. Looks like Emi dropped the 200 there.
And Diamond Blaze also dropped a couple of 200s there as well on the trail.
But there's a couple of bursts coming. Let's see how well they do here.
Oh, Gasol with the 200 there too.
Oh,
that's not gonna be enough.
That's definitely not enough. I think they need like 100 or something at this point, and no chokes there.
Yeah, looks like Lear scaling for South Korea.
Whoa, that was...
yeah, I thought that was a thing.
Wow, gap is bigger than I expected. That's pretty good. 102, 99.9 on this is really, really, really good. Jeez.
Everyone did pretty well, I gotta say.
Yeah.
It's just a couple of 100s from Team Sweden that really cost them.
Yeah.
Cost them the point.
The ratios are much worse in general, I think, in the Sweden side because of Ghost Frontline, but this is still really, really good for both teams. Well done, Sweden. Like I didn't expect much from them, admittedly, and they've definitely stepped up to the plate. They did really well on Axel Grinder, did really well on Diamante, everything. All crazy performances. And South Korea, congratulations on winning the round of 32 match. I do not know who you'll be facing. Someone's gonna quote me as to who they're gonna face. But Sweden's not eliminated yet. Just as a reminder, there's a double elimination bracket, so they're going to be playing next week.
I forgot the bracket again. I had a feeling that they were going to face off potentially against Poland, I think.
If Poland loses, I assume.
Yeah, if Poland loses.
So South Korea. Okay, South Korea is gonna be facing the winner of Singapore versus Poland, which is the match is actually happening right after this. So stay tuned for that. Really interesting dynamic. I think it's the classic SVLN versus Rice, all the way around. SG is the Rice team. So stay tuned for that. And after that, we'll also be streaming, I believe, Thailand versus Italy. So again, lots of interesting matches. Lots of interesting dynamics, lots of mystery behind some of these teams too, I'd say. So
mystery.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned indeed, and thanks for tuning in. We'll be signing out for now, at least I will.
Yeah, you will. I'll be stuck in this commentary booth for a little while, unfortunately, against my will. But yeah,
I'm holding you at gunpoint.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, we will see you in 26 minutes.
See ya.
whoa, pockets on swole. 20 grand rubber band set. Big whoa, pockets on swole.
Gonna be waiting for the countdown to end officially. Welcome back to another exciting match, well, potentially exciting match of Mania World Cup 2021 for keys. This is Singapore versus Poland, two very kind of similar flags, but not quite the same, especially in direction. I am Pachiraj, and I am accompanied by the least biased commentator we could find on deck.
Yeah, I was found on the street. Anyway, hello, I am Shoegazer. Interesting match. Very interesting match, I'd say. Despite the flag I have, don't look at the flag. I do not support either team. I support both teams equally. I think that's the best way to put it.
That's the best way to put it.
Yes, this is a very interesting dynamic, I'd say. Singapore has been very well known to have a very strong rice team, and Poland is very good. Their SVs have been known to be like some of the best in the world, and their LNs and hybrids are not too bad. Like their worst skill is rice, and for Singapore, their worst skills are easily LNs and SVs. So there is this dynamic going on, which I think will make for a lot of interesting back and forth matches. I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Poland's lineup in terms of carries has not changed that much, but Singapore, on the other hand, has changed quite a bit.
Singapore has definitely had a huge community shift over the past years, and I think like because of rhythm games such as Robeats, I think there have been new and older players just no longer playing because of like real life obligations. Because surprise, surprise, people have a life. Singapore has definitely had more of a shift towards the World community, and most players are going to be revolving around that community. And I'd say a lot of people in the Singaporean MWC team is very World oriented, I believe. Could obviously be wrong, but that's from my experience. I think Poland's team has actually had small shifts here and there. There's obviously T-Tech and T-Tech, but I think there are relatively new faces in Poland's side.
Yeah, I think I'm not too sure about who went in or who went out, but I think Kadorowa is one of the new faces.
Kadorowa is new. I think Archaic might also be new. I'm not too sure. The Dark Dragon is definitely. I think the Dark Dragon has been there for a while.
Yeah, the Dark Dragon has been their LN carry for quite a while.
Yeah. Anyway, now we're just waiting for stuff to happen. We already talked about the teams a little bit. Singapore's accuracy. Singapore's team is very, very Rise oriented. They have a couple of star players. I think you're gonna expect GS Joseph and Xfen, also known as Emirates, to be extremely good players, and you're gonna see some pretty wicked good scores from them in the Rise department. And for Poland, you're gonna see a lot of SVs, hybrids from them, I think, and maybe LNs. Actually, no, SVs, LNs, and hybrids, I think. And watch out for that. I think T-Tech, C-Tech, Underjoy is gonna fall. Anyway, rolls. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see. 81 versus 28. That's a pretty substantial difference between the two.
Pretty big difference. All right, that means Singapore gets to ban first, I believe, and Poland gets to pick first. So I'm expecting Singapore to ban Disconnected Hybrid. They've expressed a lot of discontent with the map, and I don't think they would. I don't think they're going to go for. Yeah, they're not going to play that, I think. As for Poland, yeah, and Poland's also really good SVs. I forgot to mention that. I mentioned that as well. That's another thing they have to consider. And Poland, I think they might ban Axle Grinder.
Iterated, maybe.
Iterated works as well, but I think Axle Grinder is the more likely ban. It's the map with the most consistency required, and I think Poland has worse accuracy overall compared to Singapore, in terms of price anyway. Yep. I am really good at this. I should stop making maps for people to ban. Anyway, yeah, I'm not too surprised. This is Singapore's best map as well in terms of score. So, again, good bans all around. Poland's gonna pick first, and I think they're gonna go straight into Ruins, I believe.
I believe this is their best chance, and basically a free point, so to speak.
Yeah, this is their best chance, and I don't know how much Singapore practice the SVs. I think they practice a little bit, but compared to Poland, I don't think they have a chance. Yeah, looks like.
Yeah, they're agreeing on the bans.
Yes, ban.
The Axle Grinder is grinded.
Yeah. No longer Axle Grinder. Rest in peace, Tony Hawk. We will miss you, even though you're still alive.
Oh yeah, there's Indonesia versus Argentina going.
Yeah, Indonesia versus South Korea. Argentina.
South Korea.
I wish Indonesia versus South Korea would be really funny though. Anyway, first pick Ruins. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Indonesia, Argentina. Indonesia banned Undyne, and Argentina banned Haryuku Iapoy. Iapoy has been banned pretty often, actually. Not too surprising though.
Yeah, Haryuku Iapoy is not quite a popular map in terms.
It's very hard. I don't blame them.
I think it's pretty easy to FC, but really hard to hack.
Yeah, that's not the main thing. You need good hack. This is your map. I just realized this is your map. So you want to do all the commentary for me or this one, or do you want me to join you?
I would feel lonely if I didn't have your commentary.
Ugh. Anyway, sure, I guess. Looks like they're switching out a player. But yes, this is their SV, Singapore's SV team. X-Men has shown to be pretty good, like SV reading kind of maps, and I think Ruins counts as an SV reading map.
Yes, it is reading oriented. Some people might see some memo in it, but I don't see it at all as the mapper.
Yeah, I can sight read it, I think. Archaic, yep, Archaic is the third. I was expecting C-Tech, but I think Archaic works as well. I think that's their lineup for Nikita? Or Radiant, I don't know. I can't. You see, like, I'm so bad with names, okay? Anyway,
What's my name?
Heisenberg.
Good one.
Anyway. Okay, anyway.
It's worth noting that Runes has also been featured in SVSC, and Tidek and Archaic have played in SVSC before.
I see. I'm assuming they did extremely well on it too, if I'm not wrong, given their scores.
Yeah, Runes was in the round of 32 for Runes, and I believe both of those players have gotten above 990k or maybe even above 995k, but it was on the non-edited version. The edit version brings the OD up to 8 and makes some patterns and SV a little bit harder, a tiny bit harder.
I still expect them to do pretty well as well, regardless, especially if they're playing, I hope. But we'll see. This is like kind of a map where I expect like Singapore to get relatively low AC on compared to Poland, but we'll see. Root for your favorite teams, everyone. I do not have a favorite team. Instead, I'm gonna root for Brazil, even though there's no Brazilian flag here.
Gonna root for Vietnam.
All right, let's go. Also, no, there is no stream for Indonesia versus Argentina, if anyone was curious.
Yeah, we don't have the resources to carry 2 streams at the same time. You'll just have to do with the MP link that is available.
Yeah. Thank you for the plug. Appreciate it. Pretty close so far, actually.
Oh, that's unexpected.
Yeah, I'm expecting them to drop towards the latter half, though.
Yeah, I feel like the tough parts in Root are towards the middle end.
Let's see. Still very back and forth. I wonder what's going on here. X-Ben's act is pretty gross. I think Joseph finally dropped a couple 200s there still. So it goes to Poland.
Going down drastically here.
Yeah, 200s. Pretty good buffer for Poland. And I know T-Deck is crazy consistent at SV, so that shouldn't be a problem. Underjoy, I think, has been getting a little bit better in terms of terminators. Archaic, I'm not too sure, but I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, Archaic has been doing well on SVSC.
Expandion dropped to 200, so pretty big buffer. Very, very big buffer, especially since we're halfway through the map so far.
Yeah, Poland's performance has been pretty cohesive, pretty teamwork-like.
Yeah. Ooh, looks like your game is lagging.
Oh yeah. Blame the client again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Ooh. Oh, Underjoy! Underjoy dropped a couple of 200s, but I don't think that's remotely close to enough, actually, given that even Underjoy's act is a lot better than Joseph and Expandion right now, and he's the worst player. So it's still a lot. Only a miss is going to swing the point back to Singapore, I think. And
at this point of the song, I don't think a miss is going to matter. There are not enough notes to catch up.
Expander dropped a few 200s as well, so that's pretty much it. Really consistent, really good team score from Poland, I think. 101, 118, 118. Ratios across the board are much better than Singapore's, barring X-Ben. X-Ben with the MVP score, but this is a team tournament.
Yeah, that's extremely unified.
Yeah.
from Poland.
Yeah, extremely constant across the board. Really good job. Singapore doing really good themselves again, but not enough against speed, velocity thingy powerhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the standard deviation in terms of ratio in Singapore is much larger than the one from
Yeah.
Poland.
It looks like Poland's actually suffering from a bit of nerves. I understand. This is like one of their easiest points, I think, and it's really easy to like mess up. Anyway, Singapore's gonna go for iterated, I believe. They have really good scores in iterated. X-Fan has a disgusting 15 normal 300 score, which I think you might see replicated here. We'll see. But I do think that iterated is their best pick. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna eat a shoe. I'm prepared.
Okay, that was a solid 5 seconds of silence. Thank you very much. I think, yes, Singapore should be going for one of the rice picks. I think one of the rice picks is
okay. I'm no longer eating my shoe.
I'm eating it instead. It doesn't taste good.
That's a shame. Alright.
Oh yeah, you're completely right. On the dot even.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, if I was gonna eat my shoe for that, I'm gonna be pissed. But yeah, I would never eat shoes because I am pretty okay at analyzing iPhone. Oh my god, that's a duck. Oh, so skin. Anyway, they should.
Oh my god, I never noticed the duck in there.
I'm sorry. Anyway, looks like they're getting ready. Not too sure.
Yeah, just switching those lineups around. I don't believe Arcade's gonna be playing iterated.
I would be surprised if he didn't. They didn't, rather. I think C-Tech could play, but I'm guessing C-Tech is not around or something.
Interesting.
I'm not too sure. I mean, the Polish team doesn't say anything, and I don't understand Polish. But iterated. This is a very, 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 very safe pick for Singapore. Watch me jinx it afterwards, but they should be fine here. Expect some pretty disgusting axe scores, I think. Very curious to see.
Yeah, in terms of rights, this is pretty run-of-the-mill for Singapore. A walk in the park.
We'll see. There are a few tricky bursts here and there regardless that I think can mess up a few players potentially, but I don't expect it to be a problem. X-Ven!
Did we forget Scorby 2? Oh, no.
That's gross. Oh my god.
I just have no words.
Everyone's act is really good in Singapore side. 99.9 throughout. Oh my god. Alright, 99.98 in L, but still, that was kind of gross.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and other fighting people of the world, this is the new generation of Mania players.
Yeah, B13 or B square. Really, Poland's doing pretty good as well, honestly, like 99.7, 99.8, 99.8. Just that they're up against probably the strongest prize acting for early game, barring like South Korea, I think. This is pretty disgusting, and the rest of the map is mostly just easy jump shooting for these players, so expect their accuracy to stay mostly constant. The only way Singapore's gonna lose a point here is if they break, and I don't expect any breaks here. Underdog getting a 200, but Dark Dragon dropping.
Yeah, that's gonna seal the deal.
Oh, dude. This is gross.
Yeah, this is a slaughter.
Alright, let's see how
Well,
much XP got. I'm not too sure.
Okay, how many regulars?
19? Okay,
27.
27.
Okay, 27, yeah.
Yeah, it's 27. Okay, kind of okay. I've seen Intelizer get like 5.
Yeah, that's
No, seriously, that's
average.
insane. That's insane. Oh my god.
Yeah, 27 is
70,
still less than my age.
yeah, 79 is insane. 114 is really good. And 167 for the Dark Dragon is also really good, actually. 10 to 1, any 10 to 1 scoring is pretty insane.
Like, mind you, the scores from Poland would beat some of the teams, like some of the other teams.
Yeah, they will beat out like Sweden, I think. Like beat out pretty much every team except for like Sweden and like every team other than like South Korea and Japan, which are like two of the strongest rice teams.
Yeah,
It's pretty crazy.
Poland's actually pretty good. Like, this run is actually pretty good for Poland, minus the miss.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Okay, what will Poland pick? I think they should go for Haryuku Yahoe. I'm expecting that to go. Looks like Dark Dragon might actually be staying as well, so I'm expecting LN. Yeah, I would say Haryuku Yahoe is their best pick, but you know, I could be surprised.
Yeah, I'm totally expecting a Rise versus Hybrid back and forth.
Yeah. Rise, Hybrids, LN's, the kitchen sink.
Where's the Viper pick?
It's with the raw skill pick in like tournament 3. Anyway, looks like C-Tech is here actually. I was very wrong. Hello. Harajuku Yaho, there we go. This is the first time he has been picked, I believe. Could be quite wrong on. Yeah, it looks like Harajuku Yaho is the next pick. Pretty hard map. It's pretty release oriented, pretty difficult. I'd say it's the hardest map in the pool, but it's kind of hard to like quantify difficulty across all 3 types of maps. But from what I've seen from most people, they definitely had the most trouble. Players had the most trouble Harajuku Yahoe compared to every other map. So, and I think Singapore is pretty bad at Harajuku Yahoe. Understandably, they're not an LN-oriented team, so you could expect a point from Poland here, but anything can happen, and you know maybe Singapore might pull Miracle PB out there. Some things.
Yeah, things could definitely happen on a pretty volatile map in terms of releases. Lots of things could happen, in fact.
Yeah. Also, this song's a flop. I love it.
It's been very polarizing.
I usually dislike Carry Pamu, but Harajuku Yahoe is very good, I think.
I personally like it as well.
Yeah.
But I know also a lot of people who don't.
Yeah, they can go back to their 100 decks and their whatever money machine. I'm joking because that's like the exact same target audience. What am I talking about? Anyway, good song. It's much better than like Carry Kami's other popular songs, I think. But probably enough about that. We'll go back to the match relatively soon when it starts. Mind Block Gaming.
Mind Block Gaming.
Mind Block Gaming.
I guess this is a sponsor from Poland. We are getting sponsors now.
Yeah. I want to pull like an advertisement for the banners since like banners are a thing now.
Oh,
or,
yeah.
Yeah. Root,
you can
support your favorite team through profile banners. I think it's like $5. Is it $5? I think it's cheaper.
Maybe 4. I don't know. You could probably get a bargain somewhere.
Yeah, you can just if they pick me up from the street, I'm pretty sure you can get a bargain somewhere. Anyway.
Legend has it that if you buy a flag that is not Singapore, you get a discount.
Yeah, if you get a flag that's not Singapore, you probably get it for like $2.99. I think Singapore is like premium, like $27.99 or something, or like 72.7. I don't know. Anyway, all right, moving on.
It's actually 250.
Oh. Anyway, barring that, Songs of Bob. Let's see how well they do here. Expandion's accuracy dropped pretty hard already, 99.1. Everyone else in the Polish team doing pretty good.
Yeah, we see a substantial difference in terms of accuracy right from the get-go. Expansion kind of lagging behind.
Yeah. Oh, is that a drop? Oh, C-Tech drop. Oh, jeez. That's
very bad.
That is not good. Not a map you want to drop. Like it's a map where like it's relatively easy to FC, but if you drop, you're dead. I think. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, like that's the worst place to drop combo as well. Like right on the 400 combo mark.
Yeah. Oh, looks like gap's getting small. Expandion's act is dropping pretty hard, dropping below 99%. Joseph is actually doing really good. Oh my god. Dark Dragon pretty much even with him. So it comes down to C-Tech, Korowa, Expand, and Expandion, and I think Expandion's dropping probably a bit too much here. And Joseph finally dropping a fair bit below Dark Dragon.
Yeah, this is a fair example of the third player problem that some teams might have on some skill sets.
Yeah, Expandion's actually going up. C-Tech dropping again. Oh, wow. Wow, now like point is going all the way back to Singapore. That's really not good. Jeez. That's just unfortunate. That's a really brutal drop at the end. But
yeah, it's a very strange song to cry to.
Yeah, I mean, I cried to it. I cried 100 gex before. But yeah, you can see like the 200 count differences between Singapore and Poland. Just that Poland C-Tech dropped combo broke a few times, and turns out OSU is a combo game, and combo is kind of a rough thing in life.
Let me shout out the Dark Dragons 994K though.
Yeah, shoutouts to that. Good score. All right, looks like it's Singapore's pick next. I think they'll go for Undyne actually, because that's actually their third highest team score, but I could be wrong. This time I'm not gonna gamble and eat a shoe if they go for something else, but I'm pretty sure they'll go for Undyne. Which is a very hard map, very tricky map, and potentially mind blockable. Potentially. Yeah.
Legend has it.
Yeah, something about 4 elements and something.
Yeah, also, quite a fun fact, Ondine is actually the translation of Misty from the Pokemon series in French.
Yo, Misty's a good character. I respect it. But yeah, it looks like Singapore's deciding on what to pick right now. But I do think that the pick is pretty obvious. Pandora! That works too, actually. I think they did pretty well on Pandora as well. I think that was like their 4th highest score, and it's pretty rough. I mean, it's not pretty rough. It's pretty straight. It's pretty techy. Pretty techy. I expect Poland to trip up here and there, maybe. Singapore should do mostly fine. I'm not too sure how consistent they are when it comes to like tech stuff, especially their third player. Like I know X-Ben and Joseph would do just fine, but I think Rionos might have some issues because Rionos is not very Rionos has been not very consistent with tech over the past few years. Observing his scores and stuff.
This is still early game though, and I feel like if Singapore is going for Pandora Paradox, it means that they're confident to a degree.
Yeah, I guess. But at the same time, I do think that... Oh, Expandion is playing.
Yeah, so Rionos
Oh.
is not going to be in the play here.
That's interesting. Let me have a look.
Yeah, the thing is with this hybrid pick, it's actually rice-oriented enough that someone quite rice-oriented like Expandian could be viable, but also Japanius could
Jape.
be a
Let's call it Jap. Like this is Jape from now on, or J. Jape.
JP.
No, that is. You can confuse that with Japan. Would not do that. Jape is fine. Do not. I was hoping that no one would pronounce that wrongly, but it's okay. Anyway, looks like Jape is playing this. I'm pretty surprised. I was expecting Rionos, but this is a wild card for me. I'm not too sure. Not too sure how well he will do here. But I think X-Van and Joseph will do just fine given the scores I've seen for them. Poland, I think they're gonna have a pretty big disadvantage. So like they're basically playing from behind, coming from behind more than anything. Basically hoping that Singapore breaks rather than like them breaking, which is possible. This is a pretty tricky map, but anything can happen.
As we slowly settle into the pick itself.
Answering the purple. Go for your favorite team, everybody. Go Indonesia.
Indonesia's flag is actually pretty close to the two flags, actually, so it works.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, ooh. Oh, looks like Japanese axe dropped pretty hard the intro right off the bat, but not even entering the hard parts yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess speaking of Indonesia, they're leading 2-1 against Argentina. But back to this match, Poland's actually doing pretty well and cohesively as a team.
For the burst, no drops, no 200 so far from Poland's side, and I think Singapore is being carried by X-Ben right now. That act is kind of gross. Joseph dropped the 200 there, I believe. And Japanese drop. Oh, that's a big drop. That's a huge drop. 99.3 is very low for this map. Like, that is more than just a miss. I think he messed up really hard. And Poland doing pretty good. Just needs to full combo the rest of the map and they should be fine.
Well, hopefully.
There's a LN card, which I think advantages Poland more than Singapore here. So I'm expecting a few accuracy drops from like Joseph or Jape or X-Men here. But as long as Poland pull full combo, they should be fine.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Singapore recovering some accuracy, especially on Jape's side.
Indeed, but Gap is definitely getting smaller. But they're running out of time. There is one more burst section coming up, which is pretty tricky. So anything can happen there, but I do expect Poland to take this. But I could have jinxed it there, maybe.
Yeah, the map is coming.
Oh my god, the gap is getting smaller. Okay, one more burst. And like they got it? Okay. Okay.
Hold your breath.
345. Pretty gross. Geez, that is scary. Like, you can see, like, oh my god, X-Men score is actually kind of gross. 50. 50 is so gross.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. The Underdroid dropped at the end, too, so that was really, really scary. Yikes. Like, that's, I mean, great break point for Poland. That's definitely a confidence booster. Getting a break point after getting break point, whatever. So it's Poland's pick next, and I think Poland picked next actually. 7? Total Street. Total Street works.
Total Street works, but I feel like Poland would. okay, they're going with Toad's Tape first, but
Mhm.
I feel like 7 is gonna be next.
Yeah, I think that's the game plan. They're obviously going to go for LNs and hybrids. I'm actually surprised they're going for Total Shape so early on, but Total Shape does have a couple of these parts that can be pretty tricky to hit, which can trip up Singapore a lot. Poland, I think they are doing just fine. I think you're going to expect the Dark Dragon and Koloa to be here, and they seem to be pretty consistent. It's mostly C-Tech that needs to show more consistency, I believe. But I'm not too sure. I'm very curious as to see how well Singapore's going to do on this, because I'm actually not too sure. I didn't really get to see many scores off on Golden Street for Singapore side.
It's most likely gonna be a pretty interesting matchup.
Yeah.
Toad's Tape might not disadvantage Singapore as much as the length speed/density would.
Redo-san is playing. Interesting. I expected Redo-san to be more of like a late game Rice player, so I'm pretty surprised that he's in here, unless he's like just there on accident or something. But very interested to see. Oh, it looks like Redo-san is playing. So it really comes down to so pretty huge. It's a huge fog of mystery. But yeah, again, root for your favorite team. This is going to be very unpredictable, to say the least. I do think that Poland's going to win, but I could be very, very wrong.
I feel like it's kind of up in the air, but it's going to be depending on Singapore's third player.
Right, and not doing a good job, 97%. Moving up now, but it's pretty rough.
Indonesia versus Argentina, 3-1 for Indonesia.
Looks like Redo-san's act is going up a little bit, but it looks like Poland has the significantly higher act advantage. But again, that also happened in Harajuku Yahoe. And the only reason, and the main reason Singapore won that is because C-Tech broke, but I don't really expect as many breaks here. C-Tech complained about mind blocks in Harajuku, and I don't think he mind blocked Total Street, I hope. Redo-san dropping. Oh, that is brutal.
Yeah, that's gonna be an issue.
An act deficit and a drop. It's not good.
Yeah, that's not the right combination of circumstances.
Yeah. It's like Poland's doing pretty good. Dark Dragon for 99.7, Koloroa 99.6, C-Tech 99.5. X-Men doing pretty good. Joseph doing pretty good. Just Redo-san under the 99.3 threshold.
Yeah, I feel like Poland has been the definition of teamwork so far. Like, especially on Vienna and Fix.
Their scores have been very, very tight for sure. Like I've never really seen like a huge gap, maybe like 10K at most, which is really neat to see. I think this. Oh, Redo-san dropping again. He's dropped really hard too. He got a lot of 200s there as well. Looks like he's not having a good time there. This is really this match is really close. And looks like we're gonna have 5 full combos. This part of the map isn't too bad. Yeah. Oh gee, that 200.
Yeah, we're gonna marvel at.
Oh, Koloroa actually dropped at the end. Oh my god. That's.
Koloroa.
Please.
Just for the heck of it.
Yeah. Great scores actually, like 7, 4, 6, 4, 3. All really good scores. Poland, especially with the triple FC. Pretty strong 200 counts all around. Good job, really good job. Singapore doing pretty good too. X-Ven with the incredible 10-to-1 ratio. Then Joseph with almost 10-to-1 ratio too, actually. Looks like it's Singapore's pick. Would they go for Ondine? That's what I'm curious about.
What do you think about words I never said though?
That should be fine, but I don't think they think it's like the best pick because like their scores are not that great on it. I think it's their best pick, but like if in their headspace, I do think that they'd probably go for Ondine over words I've never said. But both picks are perfectly fine, and I think both will be picked at some point if the match goes the distance.
Yeah, you could say that for pretty much every single Rice pick. It's coming up to personal preference here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's Diamante as well, I guess, but I forgot about Diamante.
It's kind of chokeable though.
Diamante is chokeable, yeah, and it really comes down to that third player, I think. Words I never said is it's the most consistent of the three. It's all just 1-4s and 1-6s. But it's one of the harder maps to time, I'd say, other than like Undyne for Rice at least.
In this team configuration, however, I feel like Words I Never Said is one of the safest picks that Singapore pull against Poland.
I definitely agree. There's one of their safest picks. I don't expect Poland to do well on this. Like their accuracies are not high enough. X-Fan and Joseph are going to carry, and I think Rional should do quite well, given that the rhythms are pretty straightforward in this. And the song is really good, which is probably a plus, not for either team, but probably for us, maybe.
I mean, if people play the game without listening to music, well, you're missing.
Why are you playing? Yeah, you should, like, if you're playing a rhythm game like muted, like, why are you playing a rhythm game? Just go play, like, I don't know,
Piano
Girls
Tiles.
Frontline. Or Girls Frontline, yeah.
Just listening to this song.
Really, really good song.
Even at 1.05.
Yeah, it turns out 9 chord was a good idea all along.
Yeah, I think it's pitched up by...
It's pitched up, Yes.
Okay, yeah. It kind of gives it some kind of feeling. I would not be able to describe it as true.
Yeah. Anyway, it looks like the match is starting pretty soon. If Joseph could... Okay. All right. I'd say that this pick, like we said, it's a pretty safe pick for Singapore. It's rhythms are very, very, very straightforward, but they're very hard to time regardless because stream is inherently very hard to time and they're very fast. So you have to move your fingies very fast, and people are not good at controlling their fingies when they're fast. Are we on the right? Why did I see 300%?
Yeah. Score V1?
Is it score V1 or like... Oh my god, that was not score V1!
That wasn't score V1. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, it's just the beginning, like... Yeah, okay, the beginning is easy to ratio, but still, yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, now their acts are back to normal.
Well, quote-unquote normal. Anything
Okay.
9.9 on the stream app's just okay.
True. Okay, Rional dropped to 200. I think a couple players dropped to 200s as well. C-Tech dropped like 3, Arcade dropped 1, 2, actually 2. Koroa dropped 2 or 3. Looks like Rional dropped 1, and I think X-Men and Joseph are currently on double S pace at the moment. Halfway through the map so far, and there's one more big stream left. It's more of the same. I don't expect any major drops. Prepare for some kind of weird scores, funny scores.
Yeah, like if any miss happens, it's pretty much sealing it. I think that if Singapore misses, it might not.
It wouldn't matter. Yeah,
that
the map
would
is
matter.
really short. Jesus, 99.98, 99.97 on this. And Joseph not too far behind. Rional's pretty good as well. Archaic and Coloroa carving a bit there. Alright, let's see their ratios. I'm probably gonna vomit. Ew.
Okay, that's more than my age. It's fine.
29? It's pretty good. I have nothing to say. That's actually really goddamn good.
It's more than my age. It's fine.
Yeah, it's more than your age. It's fine. But the other scores are pretty good too. Like Joseph with 10-1, Rionos with not too bad. Colorado with a really good score as well. Actually, everyone with low 200 counts too. Lots of consistency here. But yeah, that's pretty disgusting. Anyway, Poland probably going for 7, I think, if they can count to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
They might be going for destroy even. Like,
I don't think they'll go for destroy.
oh, it's their last pick, so I think it's pretty much going to be 7.
Yeah, it's their last pick. Either way, it's not the best of situations, but I do think that 7 is probably their best pick. Singapore has not shown to have a very good third player in either hybrids or LN, so they should probably exploit that. Oh my god. Yeah, this is best of 5. First to 5. Yep, C-Tech saying pick 7. We are going for 7.
Yep, we have managed to count to 7. All those Mania World Cups have
Unbelievable.
Yep, all those World Cups have amounted to this.
Yeah, they finally paid off.
I wonder if that's the 7th World Cup. I don't think so, but could be.
It is. No, it's the... Okay, no, there's a 20... Was that 2014?
I think there was a 2014, but it was kind of small.
I'll be back in about 2 seconds.
1, 2.
Alright, there is no. There is. I am very dumb. I had a 50-50 chance and I blew it. I'm so sorry. Yeah,
That's
looks like
that's
the 8th MWC, yeah.
Anyways, Indonesia versus Argentina, 3-2. Argentina actually getting a point on Roots.
What's with all of these close matches today? Jeez.
Yeah, honestly, this has been the most exciting round of 32. Like the first exciting round I've seen recently, I guess. Like,
Yeah, I'm very surprised.
We don't expect many close to tiebreaker situations in the first round, even. But right now, the teams are providing us with a huge amount of entertainment.
Very entertaining. Probably not good for the participants' hearts though, but you know what? That's okay. They all have health insurance, I hope.
So yeah, most of this song is in 7/8, and there's even one measure in 13/16. But talk about that.
What is this time signature thing you're talking about? All I know is like hitting the arrow.
The time signature is.
It's the thing where like a clock signs on a paper or something.
The time signature is when you get Intellizer to sign your mania.
Right. I forgot he's actually like a metronome with actual human intelligence. Crazy. Alright, looks like we're starting pretty soon here. Right, I'm pretty curious. Okay, Jape is back, so looks like it's going to be a bit of a carry job here, I think, for Xven and Joseph. And Poland's team's pretty rock solid. Dark Dragon, T-Tech, Coloroa, all pretty solid. We'll see. It's like the very back end of the map is like the part that's like that matters the most, I think, and it's probably going to cost the most bricks and most act drops. So
Xven still have 100%.
Oh, never mind. I forgot he's actually kind of good at the game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, tiebreaker hype. Yeah, potential tiebreaker hype here.
Oh yeah, there's a tiebreaker.
I forgot. Yeah. Jeez. How does it feel like potentially like commentating like 3 potential tiebreaker matches in a row?
Oh my god, I cannot believe that all of the matches I've been in could have been tiebreakers. Like
Looks
all of my matches have been close.
Yeah, it looks like well, actually Singapore is actually taking a pretty comfortable lead here, but again, it's really like the last strip of the map that matters. And I expect like a drop at some point. Japanese doing really good actually, doing much better act than C-Tech here. But again, anything can happen, and very curious to see how well they do from this point onwards. Ooh.
Oh no! Oh no, that's gonna be a field breaker.
That is brutal. Not the place you want to drop. Maybe the dream has been dashed, but you know we'll find out soon. That's really good scores from Singapore side. Like actually dropped a few 200s, but oh jeez.
I'm actually really surprised that
What is Joseph
doing this well on 7.
Yeah, like looks like Jape actually beat out C-Tech, and maybe Kolaroa. No, they didn't beat Kolaroa, but really good scores for Singapore side, and Poland did doing pretty good too. It's just unfortunate drops at the end, but I don't think that they would have mattered, unfortunately. But still, Singapore on match point, and it is their pick. Also, yeah, 81's pretty gross.
Oh god.
Looks like I'm guessing Singapore's going to go for Ondine or Diamante. They have really good scores on Ondine, but I'm not too sure if they're like super consistent on it. Diamante is shorter and riskier, so I'd probably go for Ondine because it's longer. But again, there's only like one hard part in Ondine. There's 2 hard parts in Diamante.
The thing is, like, from the scores we've seen up until now, I think all 3 decks are viable for Singapore.
That's true. We'll see. I wouldn't go for this shorty happy end, personally. Because
that's
like
the most risky one, though it's still in Singapore's advantage, I think.
Yeah, the thing is that like I think Singapore should rely on like Rionos more for their third player, given like the track record. Rionos might not be the most consistent for like tech maps, so I think they're gonna be more consistent on that than like Redo-san or Jape, I think. Because I think going for Diamante, that's the I think it's equally good compared to Ondine, but it is a bit It is pretty risky, regardless. But here's to see like the axe scores regardless, because I know Joseph is pretty good at this. X-Fan is pretty good at this. I'm pretty worried about Rionos and maybe Underjoy if Underjoy is playing. I'm not too sure if Underjoy is playing. But if they win this, but if Singapore wins this, they'll be proceeding and they'll be facing South Korea.
Oh wow, that's an Asian matchup. So will we get a friendly time zone matchup?
Yeah, buddy. That's what we're waiting for. Underjoy is here. I think he might trip this up actually. He's been pretty techy and he's not very consistent with stuff like this. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, Diamante is probably one of the most chokeable maps of the map pool.
Yeah, so for sure, definitely.
Probably expect some accuracy drops, maybe even some combo drops, which would be devastating for either team.
A player that I've been pretty surprised to see do as consistently good as they have been is Joseph. Actually, I'm pretty surprised as to how good he's been doing so far. Like everyone expected X-Men to be like the MVP, obviously, but Joseph is pretty disgusting doing it in his own right. So kudos to him, like big kudos to him. I think this is his first MWC as well, so very nice to see a new player make his mark on the community in the tournament scene, I think. Anyway, maps starting pretty soon. Root for your favorite team. I'm still rooting for Indonesia, I think.
They're still going against Argentina. It seems that it might be...
They'll be taking a while.
Slower. Yeah, it might take a little bit longer than this match in particular. So
Yeah, kind of crazy, given that this match is almost an hour long.
yeah, we love long matches, especially Ryunosk's.
Rionon's, oh my god, look at that score, baby. That's actually, okay, back to normal.
Yeah, Ryunosk making up for the lack of potential consistency with a huge amount of combos.
Alright, score's pretty even so far. X-Fan doing pretty good. Joseph doing a little bit worse than I expected here, but I'm expecting him to like gain composure afterwards. Colorado is actually the player with the lowest hack so far. Might have dropped a few 200s here and there, which I don't blame her for because I think she dropped a couple 200s, like some of the trickier parts of the map. Oh no!
Yeah, that's basically gonna steal it for Poland. I don't expect Singapore to be choking since they got.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, they all got the stream burst.
No, Underjoy dropped 2.
Yeah, it's gonna be dropping the apple even further into the grind.
Yeah, that's a pretty big gap. So basically, I really don't expect like any Singaporean player to drop, but I do think Rionons has this very small chance of dropping at the end. Pretty brutal overall. But let's see how well they do here.
Yeah, actually, Tech is actually having a pretty good run.
Yeah, T-Deck's doing pretty good. I was expecting to be like a very strong Rice player, and he's showing right here that he's very tournament seasoned. But really good scores all around, especially in the Singaporean side. Like, what's that? 40 and 85 on the Singaporean side, 126 on T-Deck. Rionons have a decent score. Underjoy actually having a pretty good accuracy too. Just shame about the combo breaks. But all in all, really good job both players, both teams. Honestly, like a really close match. Really, really awesome dynamic, and obviously really crazy scores, especially from like X-Ven and I'd say some of the Polish players like Dark Dragon and Kolaroa and Blake and Joseph, of course. Joseph's not Polish, but still.
Yeah, strategically it's been pretty straightforward, like Rice versus Ellen Hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
And we even got some upsets here and there, which was pretty interesting to see.
Really, really surprised to see that Harajuku Yahoy upset. If that went differently, we might not be seeing this panel right here, which is actually scary to think about.
Like the performance from Singapore on 7, it actually impresses me the most.
Mm-hmm. Definitely the most uncharacteristic of the bunch, I think, barring as a team. Poland did pretty well. Unfortunately, they will be eliminated. They will be moving down to the losers bracket. I shouldn't have said eliminated, but that's a 14 slip that will not address. Anyway, Singapore will now be facing South Korea. Have fun with that. As for Poland, I'm not too sure who they will be facing. You will find out next week, or at least in a few days. And with that, we have a small break. Next match is going to be Italy versus Thailand, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm correct on in this regard.
You are absolutely correct, and we are going to be having Hong Kong versus Russia, but it's not going to be streamed. It's just going to be taking place at the same time. And Indonesia versus Argentina is still going on somehow.
Oh boy! But yeah, stay tuned for Italy versus Thailand. It's going to be a similar dynamic to Singapore versus Poland, with the roles reversed. Match, it's going to be interesting, I think. So stay tuned for that. I'm not too sure if you're going to be commentating this block, Padaraj. Are you?
I think I can actually. I'm going to be...
Oh yeah, you are, because Mifa is probably stuck in a train or in an aquarium in a tank or something. But
be commentating from a motorcycle again.
Yeah, not only a motorcycle, probably in a shark tank too. Anyway, we will take a very small break and we will come back in 2 minutes, I think.
Yes, we shall be back.
All right. Wow, it's almost as if no time passed at all. We are back. I just chugged a gallon of water. I might fall asleep from overhydration. But hi, I'm Shoegazer, your least favorite commentator, and I'm with Pataraj, your favorite commentator.
I'm sure I'm not, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Because we are having Thailand versus Italy, two completely unrelated flags, unlike Singapore and Poland.
Yeah. Yeah. Like we said, this is a pretty interesting match, I'd say. Thailand's a very all-rounded team, very all-rounded team. I'd say that LNs and SVs are probably going to be their specialization in comparison to Italy. Italy's pretty decent at Rice, but and that's probably what they're going to go for. Like Crybob is pretty gross at Rice. Shiraz, I think, is pretty decent all around. But yeah, this dynamic is going to be pretty interesting. Thailand is going to be a very big wild card for me. I don't really know what they're going to go for, but Italy, I think, has a very set game plan.
Yeah, I think Italy is one of the teams that might be underrated. They have some potential carries in the name of Shiraz and GSA especially. GSA I kind of followed during soft while I was commentating that. So.
Oh, right, GSA was in soft. Yeah, that's true, and they did pretty well. Yeah. But looks like they've already. What? Okay. Why is there 271? Oh, right. Okay. That's an epic 96, by the way. Not nice, but anyway, Thailand will probably ban Axel Grinder, I'm guessing. Italy will ban Harajuku Yahoy or Hyper, disconnect the Hyper, probably Harajuku Yahoy. Don't remember them being super good at LNs. Oh, DMB. Okay, DMB works too, actually.
Nah, I think Italy might be banning SVs because they had questionable performance on the SV qualifier.
Ah, that's fair. Where's the end of DMB is Fremont 1. Right, looks like Italy is probably. I'm guessing. Yeah, if you said like, I do agree that their SV scores are pretty subpar for their skill level, but I do think that I don't know. I think they're probably gonna be. Yeah. Okay. Sure. You win.
Nice.
Nice.
Very nice. It feels good to be right.
Yeah, it really does.
And I will not eat a shoe.
Yeah, you're not your shoe, even though you never made the bet in the first place. Anyway, looks like Italy's picking first. I'm guessing they're gonna go for iterated here, given that it's Rice. It's very straightforward Rice. We haven't practiced. Oh, jeez. Very. You know what? I respect it. I respect the gamble of not practicing disconnected.
Yeah, maybe they're just banning it to not get disconnected.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Last time I played this map, I'm pretty sure I got disconnected off the face of the earth. So, anyway, Italy, yeah, iterated. Yep. Most straightforward Rice pick in the pool, and I expect this to also be the most picked map in the pool. But that is my. Actually, no, it's been banned once. So that's between you. But that aside.
Yeah, I actually don't think it's that straightforward. Like, some of the patterns are kind of trilly and there's some burst here and there.
Right.
Compared to something like Axel Grinder.
Axel Grinder is quite... The thing is that, like, iterated is relatively short as well. It's about 2 minutes long, and iterated is about 3. So, I'm not too sure. Like, I mean, either way, both are pretty comfortable. I think most people will go for iterated over... At least for like this skill level, which I think most players are really good, and they'll probably find the first like treadmill simulator level. I think they'll find Iterate to be safer relatively than Axe Grinder, but you know, could be wrong. and looks like Hong Kong versus Russia is also starting as well. Hong Kong banning Undyne and Russia banning Ruins actually. It's like their first ban, Ruins first ban.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting to see some teams going for a Runes ban. Depending on who you're asking, Runes might be more trickier than Disconnected.
I would say Disconnected is a good bit harder, but that's just my skill set, my very One Piece skill set.
Yeah, every team has different players with very different skill sets, so
right.
Yeah, just gotta adapt.
Mm-hmm. And also, if you want to follow Hong Kong versus Russia, check the MP links. Eagle MD already posted like command @ and exclamation point MP, and you can find the MP links there. But if you want to watch Thailand versus Italy, stay here, or stay here, I guess. Unless you're into like text over arrow bars flying, I guess. But yeah, we'll see. I think Thailand should do fine here, but again, Thailand has shown a lot of consistency in the qualifiers, especially for like early game qualifiers. So I do think that but Italy seems to be like a wild card. I know that their act can be pretty decent. Like Carrello Mine is pretty good right now, but I'm not sure about the consistency.
Yeah, we're gonna have to acquire this information as we go, and I'm sure that Thailand is gonna be doing the same because Italy is kind of one of the quote-unquote unknown teams.
Mm-hmm. Definitely more enigmatic than the other teams for sure.
In other news, Indonesia and Argentina are finally done 5-3 for Indonesia.
Oh jeez. All right. Oh my god, this is really close.
Oh yeah.
That gap is... Oh, Carrello, no. Carrello dropped.
That was a nice curse. That's probably the first official curse of MWC. Congratulations.
To be fair, that's not specific enough, so... That is not specific enough. So we are good. Looks like they're doing pretty good. Well, accuracies are pretty even. Ryan Carrello. Jeez.
Yeah,
one more section left.
Just gonna be hoping for another miss from Diamond's side. Just the only thing that Italy can hope for to avoid getting
And I think Miku aimbot and Cosplay LN's act is actually a good bit higher than Kiraz and Crybob right now, so it really comes down to Jimmy's actually messing up, which I don't really expect to happen. Like, this section is not too hard to, FC, I think. See.
Seeing their accuracy, they're definitely using an aimbot. We definitely have to do something about it.
Crybob dropped. No.
That's devastating for you. Maybe they should have gone for Axel Grinder.
I think that would have been worse, actually.
You think so? I think the speed of aerated is kind of making them miss.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Also, that's a really good team score for Thailand. Once double S 200s, pretty good, pretty rock solid all around. Good job, Thailand. If I had one fewer hand on text on push to talk, I would give you 2 thumbs up. But I'm sorry, you're only getting 1 thumbs up.
Yeah, next time you gotta use your foot for push to talk.
No, I'm using my nose next time. Anyway, Thailand pick next. 7. Yep, let's go. I wasn't even expecting them to pick 7. I was like, what would they pick? 7. Okay, pretty good.
7 is a very uncommon first pick to go for.
I agree. The thing is that Thailand is one of those teams that they're not particularly great at LM, not particularly great at Rice, but there are not many teams who are good at hybrids, and Thailand is one of the few teams where they can confidently say that their best skill set relatively is hybrid, which is really cool and interesting, I think. And I know for sure that I think how to play LN especially only went for like hybrids in like a soft 5, which is like another tournament, mania tournament. So interesting dynamic, I think. We can expect a lot of hybrid from Thailand from the looks of it, and a lot of rice from Italy. So pretty similar dynamic to our previous match, which is Poland versus Singapore, except roles are probably reversed.
Come to think of it, if someone were to attempt a speed run of a match, I think 7 would be pretty viable because you just have to type 7 in the chat to pick it.
True. Or you can just type faster, like most human beings would.
Or it could be an octopus.
I guess. Well, to be fair, no. You use 9 fingers to type. What can an octopus do? Like waggle their 8 tentacles and stuff?
Can play 9K.
I guess, using their head. Why is this BPM? Oh yeah, why is the BPM 304?
7-8 and
Oh, right.
yeah. I don't think 7-8 time signatures are supported in Osu, so I just doubled the BPM.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough, yeah. Alright, looks like we're going for 7 here. Should be a pretty comfortable point for Thailand, but I'm not too sure how well Italy's going to do at the LN components of this. We should be doing okay, but not good enough, I think.
Oh my god, that's not where you want to miss.
Yeah, not the right place.
Yeah, so Italy is going to be starting this pick with a setback, but we're going to see how it goes in terms of accuracy, but it's not looking too hopeful because Thailand is just...
They can still come back. I think they can still come back, but how the LN's accuracy is actually pretty disgusting. Nice 200. I jinxed that one, I'm sorry.
That was very specific.
Yeah. But regardless, they still have a massive accuracy lead at the moment, 99.8, 99.8, 99.7, versus like an average of about 99.6. Kerat's is doing pretty good here, and pretty much carrying the backbone of the team right now, but there's some ground to cover for sure, especially with that miss.
Yeah, very cohesive, again, performance from Thailand. They really know their stuff in terms of hybrid lands, it seems like. Coming to the last part of the map, I don't think there's any hope for Italy for this
There
one.
isn't. One thing worth pointing out is that the worst Thailand player is around the same as Italy's best player, which is crazy.
Yeah,
you can
comparing
see
the ratios, it's pretty astounding.
19-point difference between Shokoha and Kiraz. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, call 991 because we've got a lot of 991 scores here.
I was so close to pulling the Skrillex reference, and then I stopped myself.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We don't want to get DMCA.
True. Anyway, Italy's next pick. Axel Grinder is probably their safest pick, but it looks like very the wrong scroll speed there. But I think Italy should probably go for Axel Grinder. They might go for Pandora or Ondaimos Diamante, but I don't think that's as likely. Axel Grinder is pretty consistent and relatively comfortable in length. It's a little bit under 3 minutes. It's still pretty close. Oh jeez.
Yeah, it could be hurting, being in 2-0 situation, but the only way to make it back is to catch your spirits up and just perform out of their mind. Especially on a pick like Axel Grinder. Just be consistent, do not miss. It's your head in the game.
Yep. Say your prayers, blah blah blah.
And also
yeah?
And also enjoy the music.
Yeah, the song is a bop. I've said it so many times, but I seriously love this song. Seriously one of Venom's best and most underappreciated, I think. It's like they're switching players here. It's like Jimmy Returns is making his return here, and Carlo Mine is probably playing as well.
Very smoothly said. And Tangrei is also making a comeback.
Alright, enjoy the pop. Starting very soon. Song number 3. That was a weird anime background. Never mind, Crybob is on the anime. We can't escape anime in this community, I forgot.
Anime background and a pendulum song.
I've seen it way more often than I would like to admit. It makes me very angry.
I completely understand. That's outrageous.
It's like having I don't know, like Euro camp to Vary. Anyway,
That was kind of corrected.
yeah, neck to neck. Crybob looks like dropping 200 there, but they seem to be consistent so far. Right, syncopated section coming up.
Crybob kind of lagging behind, but there's a lot of time to catch up.
Yeah, and Kiraz and Carlo's act is very strong right now, pretty much neck to neck with House Ellen into aimbot. Basically comes down to Jimmy returns. Or like just the third player in general, not falling behind. But all of them seem very consistent. Oh my god, look at the acts for Thailand side.
Yeah, right now it's looking very, very solidified.
Very giant, great wall of act.
Yeah, the wall
Crybob
is
is
kind of
recovering.
inside of Thailand.
Crybob is coming back up. But any miss, there's also the imminent threat of a miss as well. Like you always can't forget that. Gap is small enough for like a miss to matter.
All of the players in Thailand have the same accuracy.
Yep. Not anymore, but they were. I appreciate it. I like how when one of the acts go up, someone else goes down. Crybob's going back up now. Carello and Kiraz's act is actually higher than Thailand right now, so it comes down to Crybob or Thailand dropping a few 200s.
Yeah, it could definitely happen in this last third. The last third is pretty long because this song is pretty long.
The song's pretty long and it repeats and it doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. Like Jimmy Returns act is actually dropping a little bit. Crybob's moving up, but I don't think that they have enough time to. I don't think they have enough time to gain through act to win through act alone. It really comes down to Thailand actually just dropping 200. I don't really see it happening. There's one more syncopated section coming up. Like here. Oh!
How to play Ellen getting a shortage of Ellen? There is no Ellen in this map, so yeah.
Oh, Kiraz!
Wait! What?
Oh!
No way! That's like such a crucial point of the song to miss on. They had it. Italy had it.
Oh my god.
Italy had it, but they missed at the wrong timing. Absolutely wrong timing. A little bit later, they might still have it.
Unfortunate misses from both players, especially Kiraz. I don't like. This is a very nerve-wracking map. I don't blame him. I really don't blame him for dropping there. It's so hard. It's so hard to keep consistent on with such a high-pressure song.
Yeah, Kiraz and How to Play Ellen must be shaking hands behind the scenes, after having watched them, of course.
Yeah, How to Play Ellen pulling the Among Us beatbox. Maybe? I don't know. Oh! I thought it was Among Us.
No!
We get sued now. How did you get Yaoi? Pretty good. Very good pick actually. Probably like the best pick.
Yeah, I think going from the elements that we've seen up until now, it's a pretty sensible pick.
Good song. Good song. Good pick. Hard map. Very hard map. How to play Ellen. Probably gonna show people how to play Ellen. I hope.
Just gonna be keeping the secrets. Now, I think there's a pretty lengthy explanation in how to play Ellen's profile if you want to check it out.
Yeah. You just hold a note properly. Anyway, Karas, hope you're doing fine. Oh jeez. I mean, I understand why you said that, but come on. Come on, friendo.
YMCA Osu Live?
YMCA?
YMCA Osu Live? YMCA?
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, I get that it's fun to stay here, but YMCA?
It's fun to stay in the Osu life.
I hope you're having fun, everyone.
Yeah, I hope you're all having fun. Or if you're a player, I hope you're having fun as well. Because I know some of you probably had a heart attack or two. And I am very apologetic for that, except for maybe the ones who... Actually, I feel apologetic to everyone. Today, I decided to be a very nice person.
Yeah, speaking of nerves, like, we haven't spoken a lot about qualifiers, but qualifiers, for some people, are more nerve-wracking than actual matches. Like, for qualifiers, like, it's like 1 or 2 tries, and it's just up to you. There's no opponent that you can rely on to miss.
Yeah.
Like, if you miss, you miss.
Yeah, if you miss, you miss. And there's also the fact that, like, qualifiers in general just determine in the grand scheme of things, like, they determine the future of your tournament a lot more than, like, a single elimination round, unless it's, like, first place or second place match. And especially for, like, very higher end teams, like Brazil, United States, South Korea, United Kingdom, you can definitely feel a lot of stress playing through qualifiers compared to, like, bracket stages. But anyway, enough talking about qualifiers. Let's go back to J-pop, otaku J-pop stuff. Also, I probably said this a million times, but this song is good. I am not single. It's like they're having a pretty big lead already. Relay dropped? Yeah, relay dropped. It's brutal.
Yeah, that's not a client.
That's not client, yeah. It's a very early drop, but still pretty. This is again like we've talked before. This is not like a map where like you can easily drop combo on. It's more easy for you to just get really mediocre accuracy on, and it's like at least getting both. I think. But Thailand's accuracy is ridiculous so far.
Yeah, with Relay missing a second time, that's gonna be really hard to recover from. Like, I feel like slow BPM LNs are kind of something else. They're almost a set of their own.
Like, I'd say that slow LNs in general just requires so much more timing than pretty much any other like pattern in that difficulty and the pattern, and it's just really rough.
Yeah, like the timing windows are not proportional to the BPM, so it adds a lot of coordination required.
I can see like the difference in accuracy here. Jeez. Looks like we have an aimbot and an Ellen player in the Thailand team. I think we should nerf it. I don't know.
Yeah, might have to check.
I'll ask the organizers soon. But jeez, Thailand crushing this. That's disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty safe to say that Thailand is an elimination.
Yeah. Wait, I just realized the Miku aimbot, the Miku is not, that I is not in capital I.
Oh, should we pronounce it Milku?
Yeah,
Milku?
Miku aimbot, let's go with that. Anyway, that's, those scores are pretty insane. Double S is insane. Like, actually, 5 200s combined is pretty gross. uh, yeah, I can't imagine many teams getting better than this. Maybe like Brazil, and that's it. It's disgusting.
Yeah. Anyways, on to Italy.
Big Chungus. Ah, yes. The very first Big Chungus pick. There's a lost dedicated map that goes to Big Chungus, but I don't think that counts. Probably gonna go for Diamante Spectre Explosion, I think.
I feel like that's the best chance that Italy has, but yeah, they're really gonna be getting their heads back into the game and not miss. Please not miss. Yeah, in any case, news from the other side. Hong Kong is winning.
It's the number. It's the number. Oh no.
I don't wanna see it.
I'm sorry.
I don't wanna see it. When you see it, never. That's my answer.
Yeah. All right, Ondine. Interesting.
Alright. We're gonna be picking Misty in French.
Ah, yes. The best Pokemon trainer next to Cynthia.
Look at her eyes.
Yeah, they are very blue. They're very... It's like... I can't think of something funny. I'm sorry, I'm not witty enough today. I will try next time.
The Azure Arbitrator.
I hate that map. Actually, I don't, but I'm gonna pretend that I hate the map because it sounds fun.
Yeah, for comedic purposes.
Yeah, I am a very comedic individual. Anyway, I think this map is alright as a pick, actually. I don't hate it. Definitely don't hate it. I do think that Diamante would be a bit better, but from the looks of it, I think Thailand seems to have better accuracy in general, so I guess going for a riskier pick is better, but I'm not super confident either way.
Yeah, I don't know what's the most chokeable, Diamante or Undyne or Ondine or...
I'd say Undine or Undyne or whatever you want to pronounce it. Misty is harder to be consistent on. I consider it to be the hardest map in the rice pool and the hardest to time, obviously, and I think in terms of 200s, I think it's far more likely that a person's going to get like 1,200s on Undyne compared to Diamante. I think Diamante is pretty fair, it's just uneven in difficulty, which is fine. Undyne is a lot more egregious in that respect, I think.
Yeah, I see your train of thought.
Yeah, anyway, good fun, have luck, yeah. Halfway Ellen, really doing a good job of covering my commentary. He should be a commentator, he should probably do all of this, so that I don't have to.
Yeah, being a commentator is actually hard. You have to...
You actually have to like use your mouth, which is like really hard.
Yeah, you also have to bear my stupid jokes all the time.
No, that's not that bad. It's not too bad, I think. Anyway, right, song number 5. This is match point for Thailand. I forgot to mention that. That's really close. That's a lot faster than I expected, but it makes sense given that song number 5. Pretty even so far, and even though like the gap, don't mind the gaps right now. Like there is one section that's really, really hard, and I expect the act drops to come there, and the gap will change a lot because of it. But it's fun. It's fun to look at the pendulum swinging like that.
Yeah, I wonder what it would have been if this map was key sounded.
That'd be interesting. Anyway,
Yeah,
it looks like
especially
key sound would be pretty great for us for sure.
especially if hit sounds are a thing here in streaming.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to the match.
Thailand has like a 200 advantage right now, which isn't saying much given the nature. Oh, it's actually getting a lot smaller. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's actually quite volatile.
Yeah, Kira's dropped to 200 there as well, I believe. So pretty much back to 200s difference. But again, we're approaching the really funny part. Right about... It's coming pretty soon.
Yeah. In the meantime, How to Play Ellen and Careo are each...
they're doing really good.
Yeah, they're each leading their respective team in a pretty significant way.
Whoa. We're getting close. Ooh, scary music.
Wait for it.
Wait for it, and... The song just never climaxes, I swear.
Yeah, it's...
It is!
It's gonna mention all the time.
Yeah, oh my god. Oh my god. Looks like Italy got a couple of 200s, but I think... Yeah, it looks like Thailand mostly got like early or late 300s at most. And Italy got like maybe a 200 or two. Looks like that's gonna be it. There's really not much in the map left, unless someone plugs their monitor or something. That's gonna be it. Crazy performance from Thailand, like absolutely disgusting performance actually. Let's see the scores here. Oh my god, 131 is gross, and Carello with a pretty solid double S too. 10-1.
Yeah, like Thailand has shown pretty great performance all across the board, especially on the lands, but they also showed that they're not bad on the rice category either.
Yeah, they're pretty good at everything. They're a very scary team. Looks like it's a team to look out for, especially in future rounds, I'd say. Anyway, congratulations, Thailand, on your clean sweep. Very hard to achieve, even in round of 32, given that teams are so good these days. I'm not too sure who they'll be facing. I'm pretty sure the bracket will be coming up pretty soon. And Italy will be in the losers bracket in round of 16, where they will be having harder maps to enjoy, I hope.
Yep, prayers to them.
Thoughts and prayers. Anyway, I'm not too sure if we're gonna go to Russia versus Hong Kong. Looks like it's 4-0 right now, and oh, actually, never mind.
Yep.
The match is already over. It's 5-0. Hong Kong winning. Congrats, Hong Kong.
Oh my god.
Next another clean sweep. Yeah, that's really
like it's crazy to think that the first two matches of the day have been tiebreakers or close to tiebreakers, and now we get two sweeps at the same time.
Yep. That's pretty crazy to see. Like you can see the scores right there: 5-4, 5-3, 5-1, 5-3, 5-3. All really close and really scary. But only one tiebreaker, surprisingly. A lot of 5-3s.
Prayers to your pick'ems.
Yeah, prayers to your pick'ems. I hope you all fail in a dumpster fire. Anyway, next match will be in 27 minutes. It will be Malaysia versus
Schweiz, Switzerland.
Yeah, Switzerland. I was also kind of confused for a bit. I saw CHE, I was like, that doesn't seem right. But, I'm kind of illiterate in that regard. Anyway, don't stay tuned for that. Malaysia is a crazy strong team. In my opinion, a sleeper top. Probably the top three contender. Sleeper top 3 contender. So watch out for players like Chiwi, XXX 2800, not Tentacion, and Wataru Kisa, Neo, like a lot of crazy players there. And Switzerland should have a pretty strong showing too. So stay tuned for that in 26 minutes. So
Yeah,
we're also gonna have. Yeah, we're also gonna have a new commentator. You're no longer gonna deal with my terrible voice.
well, I'm gonna miss you.
No, you won't. Anyway, I'll be taking my leave. I'm not too sure who will be commentating. Either it'll be Mifa or someone else. We'll see.
Yeah, I think Mifa should be fine. I'll be staying for this one more match, and then I'll be done for the day and done for the weekend as well.
Yep. Enjoy your holiday.
Also, Leon, he's a Discord server. One more match, guys. One more match. This is the last match of the day. Well, at least for the people who are having this on Saturday. Welcome back to Osu Mania World Cup 2021. This is yet another match. We've had a couple of matches today. It's on the left, by the way. You can see them all. But right now we're looking at Malaysia versus Switzerland. Hi, I am Pachiraj again, and I am joined by a new commentator here, Mifa. How are you doing? One, two, three. Okay, Mifa is dead. Oh no! We have successfully lost Mifa. This is a disaster. Meanwhile, we can see the map. Well, we can see the rolls. TPDX rolling a 77, and I completely forgot the other roll. But anyways, the first ban from Malaysia is going to be disconnected, and that's actually kind of surprising because Switzerland is actually not known for their SV prowesses. I gotta wonder. Oh no, we definitely lost Mifa. Right now we're sending Link to look for Mifa, so it's probably gonna take a while. Anyways, Switzerland is going to be banning something, but what can they ban? Malaysia is very strong overall. Like they're seed 4, and getting seed 4 among those countries, there are so many stacked countries like the United States, Brazil, the United Kingdom, and many more I can mention. But Malaysia has number 4, and overall, whether they be on the Rise or Elens, but especially on Elens, they are very, very scary. But yeah, shoutouts to Switzerland. I know some of those players from basically French tournaments because Switzerland is at least partly French speaking, and wow, that's the first. I believe that might be the only time we see this, but both of the teams have actually banned the SVs. Malaysia banned Disconnected, which is kind of the more memo-oriented SV pick. It's actually kind of mixed between reading and memo, and Runes, the reading-oriented pick. It seems that Link has found someone on the street, but it might not be Mifa. Who are you?
Who am I?
They're picking the tiebreaker, yes! We are seeing a first ever in a tournament ever, and this is gonna be never mind. Anyways, welcome. I'm not sure if Ron is actually going to be commentating this, so I'm just.
I mean, I don't know either. So we're on the same boat, man.
Yeah.
I guess until Mifa comes back, we can cover.
Yeah, for sure.
Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, you're totally welcome in this commentator booth. I'm kind of feeling lonely.
Well,
So,
I hope
yeah.
I can give you company then, if that's the case. I literally just arrived from a soccer match, so I'm pretty hyped up.
Yeah, how was your soccer match actually?
Yeah, it was cool. We won 2-1, pretty close. But hopefully we will see a close match between these two teams as well, right? It will be great if that is the case. I think we saw like a couple sweeps on the previous block. After a very exciting start of the tournament, though, I'll say that much. Spain, Japan, super solid. And the other match as well, which went to tiebreaker, Philippines versus Taiwan, that was super sick too.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you caught up on the backlog of results, but wow, you gotta rewatch some of those matches, and I encourage everyone who might not have been able to watch those couple of matches to go back to the VODs and catch them. Because, wow.
Yeah, those were some insane results. I don't think many people expected those two matches, and specifically being the closest out of all the potential matches.
Yeah, really kind of a breathtaking day we've had so far. And right now, it looks like we are going into Diamante Spectra Explosion, a pick by Malaysia.
Spectra's Pro, sure. I'm actually surprised that, I mean, well, not really. The Malaysia is going for this instead of long notes. Switzerland has been known as a team that is very capable in the long note department. But still, you will imagine that number one seed on long notes will pick long notes, especially early on. But who knows? Maybe they are just very confident on this. They have very good accuracies as well. Like Leon is a monster in early games specifically, and just in general, really. And 2800 is super good as well with ratio, and she was just a god all over, like all around. So Malaysia doesn't really have weak maps at the moment, at least not on this stage specifically. So they might just want to overpower Switzerland on their weakness, which is overall rise accuracy. So we'll see if it works out.
Yeah, the lineup from Switzerland is actually looking quite interesting. Crash Smash is kind of a rising star in the country, I know that much. GPDX is pretty much their rise carry right now, and Gamer is kind of all-rounded, I believe.
We have seen tournament appearances from pretty much all of these players in the past, not specifically Mania World Cup, but I'm talking specifically about Leon. I think he was not, but he's still a very experienced and good tournament player. As you can see, he's holding actually the lowest accuracy on the Malaysian team, but still beating every single one of the members in Switzerland. But that that was a double miss. That was a double miss between Chiwu and Gamer. Oh my god.
Yeah, not the ones you would be expecting to miss, actually. Wow.
What is Malaysia doing? They still have a...
That's their first pick. That's not good.
They still have a huge accuracy lead, but I mean, it's not that huge, actually. Only 0.4%. This might be enough for Switzerland to just take over if they like not miss at all on the second half of the map in this last quarter. Wow!
What an unusual way to start the match. What am I even watching right now? It hasn't even started, kind of.
Oh, but it's still very close. It's kind of flickering a little bit. Is Malaysia gonna take it despite the double miss? And I think they will. What? 300 points.
This does not make any sense.
370 something points. They take it regardless of the misses here. What just happened? That ratio from Gamer pulling the team down a little bit. And with the miss as well, I was sure Switzerland was taking that one. Oh my goodness.
I mean, rather than Gamer's ratio, I think it's Chewy and Apple's ratio that really brought it up. Like, from their ratio alone, they were able to catch up to a combo deficit. That's really impressive. And also, I cannot believe that the Discord server can score that many points.
Oh boy.
Anyways, okay, I think this is... Okay, I'm really confused right now, but Diamante might have been Switzerland's pick, and Todestream might be Malaysia's pick.
Okay, I mean, that makes a little bit more sense from Malaysia to pick Longnose. I was expecting, personally, Switzerland to pick Longnose as well. I was expecting this to be like a hybrid long note battlefield. but I guess it's okay. Malaysia going for this as they are the number 1 seed on long notes. It's perfectly reasonable. Maybe I would have gone for Harajuku Ijahoy first instead, although Toad Stripe, considering what we saw here from Switzerland, they struggle a little bit when it comes to more physically demanding stuff, so Toad Stripe being the most physically demanding pick of the long notes makes a lot of sense. I'm actually very sad about this piece got banned. I missed that one. But hey, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Malaysia could tackle the LNs and the hybrids in any order, so starting with Todas Trebe is not actually quite important, I don't think.
Yeah, they should go for both anyways, right? The match is best of 5, no, first to 5 rather, so it will be best of 9. And when you have a best of 9 scenario, regardless of you picking first or second, you always get 2 choices. So those 2 choices are most certainly going to be Toad Stripe and Harajuku Ijahoy, so it doesn't really matter the order for Malaysia.
Oh, we see the entrance of Haprapra from the Swiss team.
Is that the actual way you pronounce it?
I think so. Haprapra is actually French speaking.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Do they speak French in Switzerland? I think they do at some point.
Yeah, it's a country where French is actually partly spoken.
Well then, with that naming out of the way, we shall see if Switzerland has what it takes to compete against the number 1 seed on long notes, Malaysia, led by Chiwi, of course, who's arguably the best long note player on the entire tournament. And so far, so good for Malaysia. Everyone is holding 99.9% XX, a little bit behind, but just barely. And compared to Switzerland, they are just overpowering this map. They're just destroying it. Chiwi's accuracy is scary, to say the least.
Yeah, honestly, it's really, really scary to see. Like, one of the reasons that many other teams might be tuning in this match for is to watch some of those scores and take some notes.
I'm taking some notes. Chiwi's the best long note player on the tournament. Notes finish.
Yeah, that was already known though. Like from many previous tournaments, Chiwi has cemented themselves as one of the historical best LN players of the world.
On the other hand, Switzerland is struggling a little bit when it comes to accuracy compared to top-seeded Malaysia here. They're all holding their full combos though, so they still are hunting for a miss or 2 from Malaysia and they could potentially recover. But the accuracy difference is so big, right? It's about 1.5%, and in Mania that's such a big difference. And now with the miss from 2 picks, it just gets darker for Switzerland here as Malaysia is just picking up a huge lead and they will take their 2nd point in a row.
Yeah, even Gamer is struggling to keep up with Leon. No, well, Apples, or also known as XXX2800, who is performing comparatively worse than the other players, but still astoundingly good.
You can just check the ratios, right? You can compare the best player here from Switzerland was actually Gamer 97, and his ratio compared to Chiwi's, it just has like 6 times the amount of normal 300s. And that's not only Chiwi, right? Leon has an amazing ratio too. Switzerland are a very competent long note team, as I said before, but it's just that they are missing that punch when it comes to ratio, and Malaysia is such a specialist team when it comes to long notes. And it's such a hard battle to fight.
Yeah, there's an entire universe between the two countries when it comes to LN accuracy. Also, Leon, he's really deep. Anyways, on to the next pick from Switzerland. So, we do have confirmation that Diamante was the first Swiss pick. The second one is probably going to be another Rice.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not so sure what they should go for. I'm maybe thinking Axel Grinder, and then it is. Yeah, they are going for it. They should be aiming for this more consistency-like maps, I believe, because we already saw Malaysia choking. Although they choked on one of the techie picks of the pool, maybe like the middle ground when it comes to Rise. Going for something like this that is more consistent. Some people argue this might be some mind block material, though I disagree with it. It has some tricky patterns though. Those trills, those 100 trills specifically, and on those specific transitions are a bit challenging. They can throw you off. You can eventually hit a miss or two over there, and Malaysia struggled with consistency on the previous Rise pick. Makes perfect sense for Switzerland to go for something like this. They will have to not choke themselves though, so that's the tricky part.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to have 3 players who can actually handle this map, which is not necessarily a given depending on the country. But yeah, the song doesn't stop, the map doesn't stop, and yeah, it's basically a test of stamina and consistency.
And with OD 8.5, this might be high enough for Switzerland to struggle to hit this rainbow ratio specifically. We saw them having some issues on the long no pick, and in long nose in general, it is pretty hard to get good ratio if you're not used to. But when it comes to Rise, the higher the OD, of course, the harder it gets. And if you're not a very sharpshooter player when it comes to accuracy, this kind of OD can get very difficult to get good ratios of. And I think Switzerland might be one of those teams that struggle with this. Maybe if this was like OD 7.5, maybe even 8, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But 8.5 is really rough, especially on a stamina draining map like this one. Here we go with some jacks at the start and right into the alley. As we get into this jump stream, you will see many trails, and eventually some of them being 100 trails, and those are the ones that you have to be very precise and very careful not to drop.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting battlefield right now. Switzerland does have the disadvantage comparatively, but there's still the entire song to go through. Anything could happen.
We saw player swap as well from Malaysia, and I believe the same from Switzerland. We see in Crash Smash here for the Swiss team in Watarakisa on Malaysia, who is actually holding the lowest score for the team, but still, again, beating the best score by Crash Smash here on Switzerland. And Chiwi and Apple are just destroying this chart. Again, very high accuracy, both of them. But this time it is close enough that a miss will most certainly make the difference here. They have to be very careful not to drop. They can afford to drop a little bit of ratio. They don't have to sharpshoot this hard, but so long as they don't miss, Malaysia should be fine.
Yeah, round of 32 is a round where consistency matters very, very much. And any miss could spell doom for any of the team.
To this section here, you see on the left hand some 100 trails. They have to be careful as well with this doubles in the 1/4, like this 1/4 to 2/3 jumps. Patterns can be a bit tricky. Not much of a difficulty for any of the players though. Watarakisa dropping a little bit behind, but now Crash Smash finds the first miss of the map. Unfortunately for Switzerland, he was holding the better score, actually starting to tie up with Watarakisa, and with that miss, now it's looking very complicated for Switzerland to take this point. They will need like 2 misses, maybe not even enough with 2 misses. Now the Crash misses once more.
Twice, even.
Yeah, the map's just over. It's Malaysia all over again.
Yeah, like, we can see how solid Malaysia is on Rise. They might not have a third player who can follow Chewy and Apples, but Watarakisa is actually outperforming every single player from Switzerland, so that's telling a lot of
Oh,
the
gee,
story.
we know.
Oh god, that's not a triple FC.
That's unfortunate. Wow, the ratio from Apple. Oh my god, that's insane. Almost 999k on this map is ridiculous. Wow.
Wow, 56. 56 out of like 2,400 and some nodes. That's some ratio right here.
And Chiwi's ratio is also really solid. Watarakisa with the double S as well. Literally, it was a triple double S from Malaysia and a triple 1-200 round from Switzerland. If you don't count the misses. I mean, Crash Mash got also 100 there when he misrushed, but I wouldn't count that. I think he had the score on the bag anyway if he had not missed there. But still, you can see again the difference. This ratio difference is key, especially early on where misses are not that frequent. The ratio is just carrying Malaysia very hard here. And Switzerland, as much as they can, they still have pretty decent ratios. Like 8-1, 9-1 is very respectable. But against a team that can just... I mean, the worst score is just a 10-1, and the best score is like a 20-1. What can you do?
Yeah, what can you do when your opening is so accurate? We have actually played the tiebreaker before all of this, you just didn't see it. It went well, by the way. Oh,
Yeah,
never mind.
very epic. Okay, we're going for Harajuku Yahoy. Absolutely sensible pick here from Malaysia. And
Oh my God.
please mute this. I'm gonna mute this. Bye.
Okay,
I mean-
so there are people who like this song and there are people who don't like this song. One doesn't like this song.
I mean, I don't mind this song. Actually, I believe. I think this song was it. This song that was played on of a movie. I think it was John Wick, right? I'm not sure if anyone saw it. At the end of, there was a character that just had this as a theme for the character, and I found it very funny. But this obviously just screams Soft 2 all over the place. Every time I hear this song, I immediately have flashbacks of that tournament. And the difficulty difference between these two maps is huge. Both were the LN releases category or sort of LN coordination category, and this is just so much harder. It's more LN focused than the LFE map that we saw years ago, and it's a very hard release test. I myself think myself as a release player, and God, I cannot play this map. It's so hard.
Yeah, I believe that Quan does not even have a double S on this.
No, not even close. I don't think I have single-digit grades on this. That's how hard this map can get.
Now we see the first appearance of Adiem. I'm not too familiar with Adiem. They're not actually a pretty active player.
Well, might be the releases ace for the Swiss team. We'll see if it works. This, again, is a very tricky map. We should see Malaysia on top when it comes to accuracy, but sometimes when you're sharpshooting releases that are so low BPM like this one, right? 128, you have to be very precise with the release timing. Sometimes you overextend and sometimes you undershoot, and those can cause misses, can cause 50s. And those things are the ones that Switzerland must be looking for. They shouldn't really focus too much on hitting those releases as accurately as possible. They just have to do everything they can to avoid bad judgments. And as soon as I say that, gamer does not miss because the tournament client just trolled me. Here we go.
I'm looking forward to see the scores of Chiwi and Apples.
I think we might not see such an insane score from Chiwi. I mean, it will be insane, no doubt, but I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't double S this. That being said, he's holding what he was holding the lowest accuracy from his team for a moment, and that's a bit scary.
How is Leon doing so well on this? Oh my god.
It's a range of VPN that you have to be very comfortable at to hit these releases. You need to really tunnel vision them. If you focus too much on them, you just miss the rest. And Leon seems to be on that buy, right? Oh my god, and there's two misses again. Chiwi with the miss, trading with Adirem, and again another one from Adirem. Switzerland is struggling.
Chewy has been uncharacteristically inconsistent
Another one?
this match. But I feel like their accuracy alone is enough to carry them, but yeah. Interesting to see Chewy miss that much.
That means though being traded with 2 Pidix, now it is equal once more. And the accuracies, again, very favorable for Malaysia here. They should be taking this pawn, and at least a catastrophe happens. I don't think it will. And I saw Chewy complaining a little bit about his keyboard. He seems to be having some keyboard issues because he's actually so good that you wouldn't really understand this misses that are sort of random. So I find the keyboard explanation very reasonable. He will need to fix that in the future though. So this time might be enough because of how well his team is overall performing. But when they need him on his vest, he's gonna need to fix that. As he scores, again, a huge 157, 302 misses.
Okay, why is the Discord server double-S-ing Harajuku Yahoi?
That's very good. Like 995k on this is just insane. That's huge. Leon is huge.
Leon is huge! Leon is huge. And Chewy kind of bottom spamming the chat, apparently.
And I agree with Tupidix here on the chat. You guys are too good at the lens, and that's true. Malaysia, it is for a reason that the number 1 seed on long notes. They are very good indeed at it.
Actually, they're only the number 1 on stage 5. They're actually number 2 on Kaleidoscope, stage 4. Just behind Brazil. Brazil, who is also a very good LN team. Well, very good overall team, anyways.
So are we gonna see the words I never said for here? Maybe they iterated? I'm not sure. I mean, honestly, we could most certainly see anything. Whatever Malaysia feels like they can be consistent at should be fine enough. The accuracy difference, unfortunately for Switzerland, is just huge. Like any map that is like long notes, they have about a 400, 300 difference. And on Rise, they just have like around 200, 250, and that's just really hard to recover from. They're gonna go instead for Gaspard de la Noite. I think that's the way to pronounce. I'm not sure.
Yeah, let the Frenchies pronounce it.
Yeah, that's true.
Ondine.
Yeah, you're so much better at this than me. You're more qualified for sure.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't even recruited for this.
It's okay. We can use the help anyway.
Please pay me for my pronunciations.
Let's go.
By the way, please also pay us for banners.
Oh my god. I knew it was coming. I knew it.
you knew I was gonna do that at some point. But yeah, you can support your favorite country by buying a banner for $2.50.
They are pretty cute. You should get one if you can afford it. You will also support the teams. You will support the prize pool. So yeah, it's all good. We're all winners.
We're all winners. We're all gamers.
Of course, if you happen to pick the team that wins it all, your banner will stick for a little bit longer. So that's also very, very fun, very cool. So you can always support the team you want, but if you want to stick with the banner for a little bit longer, you might want to pick one of the teams you think is gonna win. I'm on the team that will pick someone like a banner to support a team I like, but I'm not judging.
Yeah, it also looks pretty fancy on your profile, so you might want to match like some of the colors between what you already have in your profile and so on. Kind of get the best flag for the best profile aesthetic or something.
Okay, we're seeing more player substitutions here from Switzerland, and actually from Malaysia too. Chewy is not playing this one apparently, which makes sense considering his keyboard issues. We're gonna see Watarakisa, Leon, and Apple, or also known as XXX, a million X's. And on Switzerland, we see Crash Mash here, replacing I think was Gamer97, right? Who played the previous map.
Yes, indeed.
And here we are, potential last map of the match and block as well, because after this we're going to have a break until the next wave of matches. We'll see if Malaysia can seal the clean sweep or Switzerland can pull out a surprise and perhaps a fight to keep this match a bit longer.
Yeah, I feel like depending on consistency, Switzerland might be able to pick a point depending on the amount of misses that Malaysia is able to get. But the amount of misses could very well amount to 0, which is not good for Switzerland.
Well, at the moment, the accuracies are actually fairly closer than usual. Adirem is a little bit behind compared to XX, who is like destroying the chart all around. But 2pdx and Crash Mash are both outperforming both Leon and Watarakisa, so this might be closer than we anticipated. This kind of Grace nodes techie stuff can be a bit tricky to get good accuracy at, and you could drop a lot of 200s if you're going too hard on them. As you can see, Leon just had a pretty early hit at some point, and Watarakisa now finding a miss right before the core Jackie section, and Switzerland is starting to pull ahead just very slowly and actually losing it for some point. Adirem is unfortunately behind the 99% mark, and that's hurting Switzerland's chances a lot.
Yeah, even though Malaysia, well, Watarakisa actually missed once, that's not going to give the advantage to Switzerland just yet. They have to pick up the accuracy. And we haven't even gotten to the toughest part of the map yet.
Oh yeah, we still have the ending. There were a couple bursts that were a bit tricky, right? Very rolly patterns over here, not much of a difficulty for any of the teams. And there is Leon, who finds another miss from Malaysia. Again, this might not be enough. Not even 2 misses is enough, apparently, for Switzerland to recover from this. Here comes a denser, bursty section, and Adirem finds a miss for the first time in Switzerland, and that's going to be the end of the game. They were 2 misses behind, but Malaysia is still just destroying the chart accuracy-wise, and that proving to be enough for them to take the point. And
yeah,
they will.
it's actually really hard for Switzerland to have any say in the match here, because Malaysia is so well-rounded that they can basically do whatever they want.
That score from XX is, again, very solid. That's like, again, very close to... Is that 20-1? I think it's about 20-1. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
the ratios
like,
on the other side were super close, though. 2pdx and Crash Mash, both really close to Watarakisa and Leon. It's just the difference between XX and Adirem was just huge.
Yeah, the ratio from Adirem really brought them a little bit down, but actually pretty satisfying performances from 2pdx and Crash Smash, especially Crash Smash, who actually didn't start the game too long ago. I actually remember them from some beginner tournaments like only 2 years ago, so crazy that Crash Smash is actually able to perform at the level of some key players in this tournament. So yeah, congratulations to Malaysia for an absolutely astounding showing, even with the chokes and so on.
Yep, that was a great show. Malaysia showing that they are up for contenders, right? They did really well. And if they can keep up this performance later on, those scores were very scary. Mostly on the LN department, but just in general. If they can fix these consistency issues they showed a little bit, they are going to be a force to be reckoned. Like, they are a number 4 seed for a reason, but I could see this team going very far. Like, they have potential to be at like top 3 easily.
I feel like Malaysia is going to be shining a lot in late game as well. So, well, the next match is going to be Canada versus Australia, and that's not going to be until a fair amount of time later. So that's going to be 2 UTC actually, technically Sunday.
Yep, until tomorrow we don't have anything else. As you can see, we already have the matchup of the round 16 decided. It's between Malaysia and Japan, both of the winners in the round of 32. And they will be facing, of course, next weekend. Don't bother too much about the decline. The decline just being declined, as it usually is. But that match is going to be very exciting. A Rise powerhouse against a Long No powerhouse. And those matches are always very fun to watch.
Yeah, the client is getting a little bit impatient here. Kind of having a personality of its own today. In any case, we're officially going to be signing off for the day, depending on where you live. You might be able to tune in back in the evening if you're on the American side.
If you live in the past like I do, yes.
Yep. Okay, boomer.
Wow. Okay then. Anyways, as Patu said, I'm gonna call you Patu, is that okay?
Yeah, that's completely fine.
Alright. So with that being said, as Patu said, we are gonna sign out and we'll see you later today for me, or later or tomorrow, I don't even know. But you know the drill. 2 UTC, Canada versus Australia is gonna be. I hope you had a wonderful stream and I hope you have a wonderful day. And I hope you tune for the next following matches. They're going to be very exciting. I think Canada, Australia is going to be very fun, so you better be there.
Yeah, absolutely. Tune in, and also Leon is ET.
True.